¿No? ¿No? Oh, no translation? No translation, ¿sí? ¿Quién no sabe español?
Okay.
I can continue in Spain, sorry, because I need to explain me in Spanish, sorry.
Please go ahead. I'm sorry, but it seems that the organization has only foreseen interpretation into Romanes. So I think that should be
You want
available on channel 15. So those who master Romanes, they can go to channel 15. And perhaps,
don't worry, my colleagues translate to me.
Okay,
And
sorry. Thank you.
we work together. Thank you. Bueno, vamos a estar ahí, o sea que... Start again or no is necessary? Yeah, start again. Sorry. ¿Es okay? Bueno, pues si quieres, traduce tú la primera parte.
So Estrella was saying, thank you very much for welcoming me today here and in such a significant day as the International Day for Roma people. It's an honor to be accompanying you, our organization from civil society that represents the Roma communities all over Europe, and you're working every day for equality and the defense of Roma people's rights.
La jornada de hoy es una gran ocasión para reconocer la cultura e historia del pueblo gitano, del pueblo romaní, pero también para reflexionar juntas y juntos sobre las injusticias y las desigualdades estructurales que sufren todavía hoy las comunidades gitanas. Es una oportunidad para reafirmar nuestro compromiso colectivo con un cambio necesario que urge ya en la Unión Europea.
Today's journey, it's a time for us to recognize the importance of the culture and history of Roma peoples, but it's also a time where we should reflect on the injustice and structural discrimination that Roma communities are suffering all over Europe. It's also an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment, our collective commitment with a necessary change.
Para conseguir este cambio, la representación y la participación política son elementos fundamentales, esenciales. En este sentido, es un retroceso, y quiero denunciarlo aquí, que por primera vez desde 2004 no haya ni un solo eurodiputado o eurodiputada de etnia gitana o romaní en nuestro Parlamento. Esto nos dice todavía mucho de la exclusión que en otros ámbitos de la vida existen todavía hoy con el pueblo gitano, y nos recuerda que hay todavía mucho por hacer, mucho por lo que luchar.
In this regard, I want to denounce today that it's a very important setback that today it's the first time ever since 2004 that there's not a single member of the European Parliament of Roma origins or Gypsy origins, and this says a lot about the exclusion that these communities suffer in other realms of life, and reminds us that there is still much to be done.
A pesar de casi 15 años de estrategias, de herramientas, de políticas de la Unión Europea para promover la inclusión del pueblo gitano, los cambios reales sobre el terreno han sido limitados y necesitan avanzar un paso más allá.
After almost 15 years of strategies by the European Union to promote the inclusion of Roma peoples, the real change of that people has not been enough on the ground, and we need to keep on advancing.
La realidad de miles de personas gitanas sigue siendo la misma. Altas tasas de fracaso y abandono escolar, con escuelas segregadas, infraviviendas en barrios marginales y bajos índices de empleo, especialmente en el caso de las mujeres gitanas. No quiero dejar de señalar, un día como hoy, que el mes pasado murieron 5 personas gitanas, 4 de ellas niñas y niños, en un incendio de un asentamiento chabolista al este de Eslovaquia. No se trata de incidentes aislados, sino de consecuencias sistémicas de la pobreza racializada y décadas de inacción institucional y política dirigida o no favoreciendo al pueblo gitano.
The reality of millions of Gypsy and Roma communities, it's still the same. There is still a high failure and abandonment of school with segregated schools. There's also in conditions of housing that are not good as well in segregated areas, and there's low unemployment rates, and notably among the Roma women. And I just want to take the opportunity as well today to denounce that last month, 5 Roma people died. 4 of them were children. They died in a fire in Slovakia, in a segregated infravivienda place. And this is not just an incident, a lone incident, but not only this is a consequence of systemic poverty and discrimination, and of decades of political inaction and institutional inaction.
El marco estratégico de la Unión Europea para las personas gitanas sigue careciendo de mecanismos de cumplimientos efectivos y muchos Estados miembros continúan evadiendo su responsabilidad. También hay una clara falta de voluntad política para combatir el odio contra el pueblo gitano, una de las formas de racismo más arraigadas y más antiguas en Europa, y una lacra que afecta al conjunto de la sociedad. Es inaceptable que la Comisión Europea haya dado un paso atrás al retirar la Directiva Horizontal contra la Discriminación.
The strategic framework of the European Union for the Roma people still lacks mechanism for its effective implementation, and many member states keep on evading their responsibility in this sense. There's a clear lack of political will to combat hate speech towards Roma peoples, and you know that hate speech towards Roma peoples is one of the most historical racism in Europe, and this is something that affects the whole of our society. It's completely unacceptable that the European Commission has given a step backwards, retiring the horizontal directive against discrimination.
Sin herramientas contra el antigitanismo y sin políticas públicas que promuevan la plena inclusión, las promesas de alcanzar la igualdad serán siempre palabras vacías. Para que las políticas sean realmente efectivas y el próximo marco financiero plurinacional sea una herramienta para reducir desigualdades, la sociedad civil romaní debe participar y estar en el centro de las políticas. Es fundamental que las comunidades gitanas y romaní no solo participen, sino que lideren el proceso.
Without the necessary tools against anti-Gypsy and to combat hate speech towards Roma communities, and without public policies that promote their full inclusion, social inclusion, all the promises that we make to achieve equality would only be like empty promises. And it's very important that in order for the policies to be plainly effective, and also so that the next pluriannual framework of financing, it's a real tool for reducing inequalities. And it's very important that civil society is in the center and it's participating in every policy making.
El trabajo de proyectos como el Roma Civil Monitor es una muestra de lo que se puede lograr cuando las personas gitanas y romaní encabezan la lucha por su propio futuro. No dejemos que esta Jornada Internacional del Pueblo Gitano sea otro año de reconocimiento simbólico, de buenas palabras, sin consecuencias políticas. La igualdad del pueblo gitano y romaní no puede seguir siendo una deuda histórica. Hermanas y hermanos gitanos, este año debemos pasar de las estrategias a las soluciones, de las excusas al cumplimiento, de la tragedia a la transformación. Muchas gracias por acogerme, gracias por vuestra lucha y enhorabuena por seguir alzando la voz por el pueblo romaní. Gracias.
It's very essential that Roma communities are leading this process, and some examples are precisely this Roma Civil Monitor project, that is a show what can be done when Roma communities are leading their fight for their future. And brothers and sisters for Roma communities, we shouldn't let that this journey today is another year of symbolic recognition without political consequences. The equality of Roma people cannot be continue be doing like a historical depth. And this year we need to take a pass from strategies to solutions, from excuses to implementation, and from the tragedy to transformation. Many thank you for all of you for your commitment, for your efforts, and thank you very much for being here and for your work.
Great many thanks, Mrs. Galan. Thank you very much for underlining that when speaking about the situation in the slums, when speaking about school segregation, when speaking about the lack of education, we must not forget that there's a huge structural problem, a problem of structural discrimination behind. And as you rightly said, it is really a shame for Europe that since 2004, for the first time, there's not a single ethnic Roma in this house. So insofar, we are even more pleased that you, in your quality as Vice Chair of the Libe Committee, are here with us to stand up for this important case and to bridge also the time until we have Roma again. So thank you very much for being with us.
It's a pleasure for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm equally pleased also to have here in the audience from the European Economic and Social Committee, the President of the Permanent Committee on the Inclusion of Roma. But we will now go straight to the work and to the different presentations that we have foreseen under the Civil Monitoring Initiative. Just allow me very few words about the Roma Civil Monitoring Initiative. I would like to recall that it is an EU-wide initiative that has been funded since 2017. And it consists of a consortium where we have ERGO, we have the Fundación Secretariat Gitano from Spain, and we have the European Roma Rights Center working together and being coordinated by the Central European University. The aim of this project is indeed to empower and to capacitate Roma and pro-Roma civil society organizations to participate and to support the monitoring of the actual implementation of the Roma strategic frameworks in the different member states of the Union. I think this platform has also contributed to foster the dialogue between administration and civil society in the member states where Roma and pro-Roma organizations are participating. I think for this Roma week, we will have to focus now also very strongly on the accountability of the EU funding that is foreseen and allocated for the Roma inclusion. And this is so far particularly important because the current funding period is approaching its end. We have a lot of interesting and positive examples that have been built over the many years. But now we are also in the process of transition to a new multi-annual funding period, which will start only beyond 27, but the proposals from the Commission are coming out already in this year. So I think it's now the right moment to also look a little bit into what we have built in the past and what would be important also to maintain for the future. And that's why this Roma civil society work should be focused on this particular funding aspect. Before giving the floor to the experts and those who work on the ground in the member states, I would also like to share with you that although we in the European Commission did an important work in that respect, we have established an internal inter-service group where the different services of the Commission are assembled, and we have dedicated quite some time exactly on exploring this question that I highlighted, mainly how to do best with the funding. What we did so far is to compile a compendium which is publicly available, and I will be very happy to also reshare it with this group and encourage you to share it further, which shows concrete examples from different member states of the European Union how we can really optimize the use of funds, which is not always a trivial exercise. And we would like to, of course, also internally continue to influence the thinking on the new multi-annual funding framework by making sure that all that what has been built is not overlooked. So this is for us internally, but now let's see what can be shared from your side. And I would like to start the meeting with inviting the coordinator of this Roma Civil Society Monitoring project, Mr. Marek Hojsik, who is here to the left of to me from my perspective. He is the responsible person within the Central European University. He has managed the projects for quite some time, since 2080, and I think we can consider him not only as an expert on governance questions, but also on housing, which is one of the particular aspects you looked into. And that brings us immediately into the topic also of good use of funding. So Marek, I would like to give you the floor, and what I personally would very much like to understand how you see in the current cycle where this project has focused on the assessment of the implementation of EU funds. What are your main conclusions? What are your main findings in relation to funds? Please, Marek.
Thank you, Szabolcs. Thank you for having me here. While composing the participants of this event, because of limited number of seats, we try to include also my dear colleagues from the RCM who coordinate or participate in the project in different countries, but also people who are outside the RCM initiative. And maybe for them, I would like to only to remind that within the RCM, we are monitoring and making governments accountable. And in the current edition of the RCM, we have had 2 monitoring cycles. The first one, which produced first monitoring reports back in 2022, focused on assessing the quality of national Roma strategies, while in the current monitoring cycle, which is on its peak, because we are revising and publishing reports which are fresh new. So we have a couple of them published already on the web page. We are focusing on the assessment of the implementation of those strategies. And of course, one of the very important aspects of Roma-related policies is implementation of the cohesion policy and EU funds. And in this presentation, I would like to summarize some findings of our NGOs, there is more than 130 NGOs participating in the RCM. They are coordinated by the national coordinators, and some of them, because we needed to be focused, because not in all EU member states EU funds are that important in promoting Roma equality, inclusion and participation. So in some countries, we have focused on the quality of using EU funds. Those countries include, of course, the 7 countries with the largest Roma communities, so not only the 5 big Central European countries such as Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania and Bulgaria, but this time we include in this first group also Spain and Greece, which also have large Roma communities which face significant degree of exclusion. So in our research on using EU funds, those countries are included, but also a few other countries which have either voluntarily opted for including Roma as one of the priorities, or NGOs that considered necessary to focus on this aspect in their monitoring work. So if we can go to the next slide, next one, because this one is empty. So not surprisingly, EU funds have continued to be main source of funding of different policies aimed at Roma inclusion, equality and participation in those countries with the largest countries, what is not good, of course, because it externalizes the responsibility of member states, but also it has significant impact on mainly sustainability, but also on other things, including the symbolic aspect of those interventions. But what is good, and we will see it in the presentations of my colleagues, in some countries there is an increasing interest in using EU funds specifically for this topic. But we must admit that the effectiveness of those investments significantly vary across the countries. At the same time, we had this luck of having COVID a few years ago, and after COVID there was a new EU instrument, what was the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and it has provided very important and interesting lessons how EU funds can suddenly become very effective and really achieve substantive change in policies, because we have seen that in many countries, thanks to the conditionalities which were associated to implementation of the recovery and resilience plans, suddenly many reforms which were impossible for years before became not only possible, but suddenly they happened because otherwise the member states would not receive funding. So one very important example for me is Slovakia, because originally I come from that country where the segregation of Roma children has been a huge issue for generations. And nothing was done because there are different excuses and reasons why it was not possible. But for example, in relation to the Recovery and Resilience Plan, suddenly a major inclusive reform, including also strong desegregation elements. We don't know the impact, but the laws are being changed, methodologies are being introduced, and we believe that it was possible thanks to this conditionality, so it can serve as inspiration for other and future fundings as well. Next slide, please. Another big difference in the current period compared to the previous one was this explicit attention given to the Roma equality matters. So currently we have a specific Roma-specific objective in EU funds, and several countries have opted to using it, and it has practical implications which are going to be presented in some presentations after me. Plus, Roma-related enabling conditionality is another thing which may have effect, we don't know yet, but this is something that is going to very much depend on the European Commission and their will, whether they will be checking if member states do continuously fulfill this conditionality or not. So it's a big responsibility, and I believe that the actual effect of those provisions will depend on this potential proactive attitude of the Commission. We are in the half of the programming period, more or less, but it's hard to assess the real impact of EU funds at this stage, according to NGOs that participated in the monitoring. But on the process level, we can see some important innovations. The most obvious one is that some countries for whom it would be impossible in the past decided to adopt Roma-targeted approach, which has many positive implications, such as Czechia, which has used for years this ethnically blind approach of social inclusion, and suddenly they have committed to collect data, to assess impact on Roma, etc. We will see what is going to be the reality, but something in the system has changed. Next slide, please. What NGOs continue claiming, and with good arguments, I think, is that EU funds still remain hardly accessible to grassroots organizations, despite many administrative simplification which have been introduced in the current programming period. Mainly for grassroots and many Roma NGOs, it's difficult to actually draw EU funds. And this is something we need to reflect on when we speak about the Roma participation. Also the need to co-financing many projects which are aimed at either Roma inclusion or social integration in general still require co-funding from NGOs, what is quite paradoxical because we want civil society to participate, but in practice they must pay for delivering services instead of governments. Oh, okay, yes. So I'm not going to speak about everything. Next slide, please. And this is something we consider really crucial, and maybe this is a big space for improvement in the next programming period. As I mentioned, what has proved to be effective in the current programming period were conditionalities for member states to draw EU funds in a way that the Roma needs and rights are taken into account. But unfortunately, we are witnessing huge difficulties and bottlenecks when translating national policies on the local level, which is the most crucial when it comes to changing the reality of Roma people and other vulnerable groups. So what we see in many countries is that municipalities cherry pick only those EU funds and opportunities which are on the benefit of the majority or specific groups, etc., while a lot of money which have been allocated for Roma inclusion remains unspent. And this is something that many countries like Slovakia or Greece have faced already in the previous period, that on one hand we keep claiming that there is not enough money, but at certain moment we see that a lot of money allocated for Roma inclusion is not used by municipalities. So there is a question whether in the upcoming programming period, very similar local conditionality should not be introduced. And in the past, we have had several initiatives aimed at supporting local strategies, different comprehensive approaches, etc. Unfortunately, most of them not very effective, but there is a lot of material to analyze and to learn why those complex approaches and all local strategies which were developed did not have really effect. Maybe last thing in this field, what Szabolcs mentioned, and is the field of housing, which is very close to me. Unfortunately, we still see that a lot of EU money is being used for reproducing segregation both in housing and education. And this is something which, that is obviously in conflict with the EU law and also different findings of, for example, EU ombudsman, etc. So this is something that we should focus on. Do I have another minute? Yes, so next slide. Data collection and monitoring, only one sentence. One big advantage of the current period with the Roma-specific objective is that many countries have committed to collect disaggregated data related to Roma. We will see how they will be successful because this is not an easy exercise. But what we conclude from country monitoring reports, and this is maybe also something which can be useful for countries where ethnic data collection is not legally possible, even without having systematic data collection on Roma and the effect of EU funds on them, we can do targeted studies which can bring important knowledge about how EU funds are effective for Roma. So this is it. You can just put the last slide with the recommendation that you can read, but everything was already mentioned. Thank you very much.
Great, many thanks, Marek, for this very concise introduction. I would like to invite now the colleagues to the podium because we have concrete examples. As Marek, you can stay perhaps. Annabella Carvalho Messa, perhaps she can sit here. Annabella can sit here next to me. Then we have Mikhail Miko from Romanet, Czechia, Florin Nasture, Odella Mensa, and that's it. So I suggest we go now straight, please take a seat, we go now straight to the next presentations, and then we have a little bit of time to take questions to any of those who will present. So I think now everyone is ready to speak, and I would like to first introduce Anna Carvalho Messa from the Roma Federation in Andalusia?
No, it was in...
Okay, you will present yourself.
FAGIC is the Federation of Roma Associations in Catalonia.
In Catalonia,
Yes,
okay. Good. So I would then ask you, in particular, because Spain is for us always very interesting here in the Commission, because it's really one of those member states which has the reputation to have started very early, still in the 90s, to work actively on the use of funds, of EU funds for Roma inclusion. So what can you share with us also from the most recent developments, please? 10 minutes for everyone.
Yes, I try to manage. People who knows me knows that I brought my nose just in case. Thank you for being the first one, because I was thinking I was going to be the last one, and I was thinking then nobody will listen to me because we will be repeating all the time. So it's good to be the first one. So my presentation is about the EU funds in Spain, challenges and opportunities, because of course, as Marek mentioned, there is a lot of challenges, but we also believe that there is also a lot of opportunities there. So can we start please with the first slide? Yes. So just to let you know, because Spain is always the good example for Roma inclusion, but even people that we live in Spain, we don't consider that, or at least I don't consider that. There is a lot of room for improvement. So in general terms, Spain is one of the main countries to receive EU funds. I think it's after Poland and Italy, I think it's the third one, especially from the structural funds, like the European Regional Development Fund and the European Social Fund Plus, and is the biggest beneficiary of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, you know? And the reason of this is no other than regional inequality. Please, next one. I'm talking about regional inequality because in the case of Spain, this is very important. I don't know how is the situation in other countries, but in the case of Spain, it's important because the regions are the ones making use of the EU funds, you know? Why? Spain is a very highly decentralized country, and the regions have a great deal of political and administrative autonomy to manage a variety of areas, with taking the exception of defense and public relations, and this is something to do with the government of Spain. Others such as employment, health, housing and education are responsibility of the regions. So that's why it's very important. For sure, there is different levels of autonomy, but in most of the case, they have a lot of responsibility. This is important also because the national strategy for Roma inclusion is designed at the national state level, let's say it, but it's the regions, the ones that they have most of the powers to implement it. And this is a big problem in Spain. Why? Because some regions have their own strategy and many times are not aligned with the national one. And even we have the cases of cities like municipalities that also have strategies. This is the case of the city of Barcelona, and also sometimes it's not even aligned with the regional, not even with the national one. And if we add in this also that governments are different, and I'm talking about different political color, the implementation becomes even more complicated, you know? So let's remember, like, the strategy is not compulsory, and there is also lack of participation and coordination between the different levels of governments in Spain, and this is one of the main issues why there is the national Roma strategy framework is not very effective in the case of Spain. Next one, please. So I'm not going to explain how the EU funds work, because more or less you know how it works even better than me. Only the case is just putting the example of Spain is like when Spain as a country is asking for the allocation of the EU funds and their plan is approved, the government of Spain distribute the funds through the ministries of the central government, but also transferring funds directly to the regions who are the ones to manage them in the territories. The distribution is very important because the regions are the responsible for implementing most of the actions in the strategy, you know. Of course, also the Spanish government also manage some kind of levels, you know. And also very important is many regions can access EU funds directly, and they have even more powers to manage, especially the structural funds. As you can see, the three regions, I mentioned them, Catalonia, Andalusia, and Madrid, are the three ones that are receiving more EU funds. Andalusia is the one receiving more of the European Social Fund because it's one of the less developed countries, but Catalonia and Madrid are the ones receiving more the next generation funds. And it's a pity that they are the most developed countries. It's also important because the three regions are the ones they have more Roma population in Spain. So it's important to see them three there because they are the ones receiving the problem with Catalonia and Spain, they are the ones receiving less of the European social funds, and most of the actions with the strategy is focused on the European social funds. So this is also something that we need to take into account. Next one, please, and I'll go to the topping that. So this is more or less the money that, according to the Spanish government, is for the is going to be for this multi-annual financial framework, this period. I think in total is 77 million for actions direct to Roma. No mainstreaming actions, if not direct to Roma, is the state level and also some of the regions they are having. And this is only the European Social Fund. Next one, please. And this is the contribution from the European Regional Development Fund, and we don't have we don't know what is the amount, and neither like the planned budget, and neither we don't know how much is for next generation funds for the targeting Roma specific I'm talking about. Okay, so this is lack of information that we have it. We asked it to the ministry that is in charge of this, and they told us to look in the web because all the information is there. So next slide, please. Yes, so according to the Spanish government, this is the money that so far it has been used by the national strategy, only actions targeting directly Roma. Regarding the EU funds, is more or less average 33% of this budget, and 90% it comes from the European Social Fund. 90%, so it means like regions, important regions like Catalonia and Madrid are not receiving from these funds, but it doesn't mean that the Roma are living good in these regions, you know, even if they are the most developed ones. Next one, please. So the challenge, because this is I was saying all this to present how wonderful Spain is as a country, but now we come to the challenge that I think is one of the most important things. Spain is one of the member states with the greatest territorial imbalance. The issue that many local and regional governments don't use these funds, it creates even more territorial inequality. It seems that the use of these funds are more of a political will, you know, it has been mentioned before, and many lack of interest, and this is totally harms the Roma people. So even if it's not, my recommendation, even if I have a slide of the recommendation is funds are there, please use them, you know. So, also, funds are allocated to Roma inclusion and equality are also incorporated in broader programs for social inclusion, employment, or education, where Roma, let's say it like that, are competing with other vulnerable groups. These vulnerable groups are made up of very diverse people. According to the Spanish government, can be elderly people in isolation, children in poverty, migrants, women victims of gender violence. Each group needs specific measures and a specific budget depending on the situation. It's important to have an intersectional approach also while referring to Roma, because Roma can also be migrants, Roma children are also in poverty, there is Roma women also victims of gender violence, and there is also elderly Roma. And not provide a one-size-fits-all solution within the budget also. Otherwise, groups are competing among themselves, and we are talking about the people who really needs more support. According to our report, the participation of Roma NGOs, it has also been mentioned, in management and execution of the EU funds remains very limited. The reality in Spain is that Roma organizations have very restricted access to these funds because of the lack of democratization in accessing these funds. Only large national NGOs tend to be the primary beneficiaries in the case of Spain, but not like grassroots Roma organizations. They don't have access to the EU funds. And this is also because of lack of democratization on the using of these funds. Despite the fact that we are talking about public money, it's very difficult also to trace the total funds direct towards the Roma, both in specific actions targeting Roma and also general actions that are in these mainstream programs. Neither the central government nor the regional or the local administrations are very transparent regarding this aspect, and I think when we are talking about public money, this is something that it has to be very visible, and we need to access to this. It is also very difficult to see the real impact, it also has been mentioned before, of these funds in the community itself. There is a serious lack of transparency, and if you check the reports still of poverty, the school segregation, everything, it really doesn't change much in the last 10 years in Spain. So you can see the effectiveness of the funds, even if they are there, is not having an impact on the communities itself. The high level of bureaucracy involved, as well as the co-funding, it has been mentioned before, require in some regions means that the many regions, local administrations or Roma NGOs don't apply for these funds, and this means that Roma are the main victims after of this because there is no an investment on their equality. Next one, and I'm finished. One more minute to finish. Thank you. we truly believe that EU funds and investment in Roma is a great also opportunity to Europe. You know, not only for Roma, because we always check like the great beneficiaries are going to be Roma, the great beneficiary is going to be Europe and the national countries, because Roma are citizens from these countries, so everybody gets benefit for the inclusion of the Roma as a citizens, full citizens of the countries where they live. And it's also very important for Europe to fulfill the principle of leaving no one behind in the European territory. Furthermore, if European citizens see that EU funds serve to improve the quality of everybody, they will see that at least Europe serves for something. And it strengthens also the European identity. Moreover, investing in inclusion reduces social and political tensions, especially in the period that we are now. This helps to maintain democratic stability in Europe and prevent population extremism and social crisis. In general, it's an opportunity to achieve the objectives set as a whole. The objectives will not be achieved without the inclusion and equality of the Roma, not even the Agenda 2030, not the Green Digital things. If Roma are not included, no goals is not going to be achieved. And the last one, and I will read it, so I will finish. Next one, please. Thank you. So from the Spanish coalition members, this is our recommendations, and I think it goes really very much what Mari was commenting. Establish a specific budget lines for the Roma community within the European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund is crucial. Simplify procedures so Roma entities can access funds directly without intermediaries. This is also very important. Incentivize autonomous and local governments to submit inclusion projects aimed at the Roma community. Strengthen the capacity of Roma organizations in managing these funds and guarantee greater participation of the Roma civil society in design and evaluation of the EU fund programs. We are not asking for that much. I think it's basic things that we all believe, but it's not taking place in Spain. Thank you.
Great, many thanks, Anna, for this critical insight. I think the messages are very clear also for the future, separate budget, participation, and also making sure that the local level is properly involved. I think Czechia is an interesting example where there is a budget line or a dedicated investment priority. So I have here from Romanonet from Czechia, the director, Michal Miko. And Michal, if you could then please share what is your experience in the Czech Republic with the use of funds under this special budgetary possibility? What is the added value? What are the challenges and lessons learned? If you could also keep it now to 7 minutes only, then we could catch up a little bit, and then we go to Florin, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. I will try to be precise here, so I'm not so huge in the answers as my colleague here. I will try to be very precise. So, good morning, everyone, again. Today I will present the key findings from the Civil Society Monitoring Report on the implementation of the EU funds for Roma inclusion in Czechia. Focusing on the programming period 2021-2027, we will look at how the EU instruments like Operational Program Employment Plus and Operational Program Johannius Amos Komenský and ERDF are being used, what are the challenges, and what recommendations can move us forward. Next slide, please. So the EU supports Roma inclusions to the several funds. The main ones are the European Social Fund Plus via Operational Program Employment Plus, which targets employment and social services. ERDF, which covers infrastructure, and Operational Program Johannius Amos Komenský, which focuses on inclusive education. A key requirement is the Roma thematic enabling condition, which ensures member states to adopt a strategic and comprehensive framework to support the Roma in areas like housing, education, and employment. Next slide. So, Operational Program Plus has around 2.2 billion allocation for the Roma inclusion, and there are 399 billion for social inclusion. Million. So, yeah, it's a million. I'm sorry. I was just like a little bit. So we will be nice, but we don't have that money. So, so these money are designated for the social inclusion and poverty reduction. It supports retaining employment services and community work. However, Roma NGOs often face difficulties accessing these funds due to the administrative complexity and capacity gaps, which limits the program's outreach. Next slide. So, the key EU funding instruments, Operational Program Johannius Amos Komenský, focusing on the education and aims to reduce the inequalities. It supports scholarship, school mentors, and inclusive education projects for Roma children. Its implementation depends largely on schools and municipalities. Unfortunately, segregation and weak support for education still create the barriers for Roma pupils in accessing the mainstream education in the Czech Republic. Next slide. Another key EU funding instrument is ERDF and EROP, which contributes to the infrastructure development, social housing, and revitalization of excluded localities. Though these funds are essentials, most of the support goes to the large entities, making access difficult for smaller Roma organizations to access. This imbalance limits local ownership and impact. Next slide. Challenges in implementation. There are several systematic issues persist. Complex administrative rules, co-financing requirements, which was introduced in 2023 when the Czech government decided that all projects on social inclusion will be, and the soft projects will be co-financed by the 5% by the applicant, what making another barrier for the small Roma NGOs to access the European social funds because these money, which are requested as a co-finance, are not on the market. Roma are not the target of the fundraising strategies of the big companies, and greater donors. The Roma integration and Roma inclusion is not part of their strategies, so it's very hard to find the co-financing and to have the, and it's just like making a much more barriers for the Roma NGOs. And also the legal frameworks that exclude many Roma organizations from eligibility. Additionally, Roma communities are often excluded from the shaping the goals and priorities of these programs. Next slide. Data collection. So, the Research Institute for Labor and Social Affairs, RILSA, has been instrumental in creating methodologies for collecting quantitative data on socio-economic situation of the Roma population. RILSA have in the previous round of the EEA and Norway grants the project which aims to establish the system for evaluating the changes over the time and inform the integration policies. This methodology will be used by the Czech state to evaluate the implementation of the European social funds in the Czech Republic after the 2027. And also, what is another tool which is used by the Czech state is the FRA has been supporting the Czech government in efforts by facilitating discussion on ethnic data collection. In December 2024, the Council for Roma Minority Affairs adopted a resolution to establish the standardized methodology for collecting such a data, with FRA continued assistance planned for this year. Next slide. Positive examples. Despite challenges, we've seen success with a call which was announced by the operational program Johannius Amos Komensky, which is called Pro-Roma. This program, under that operational program, provides targeted support for Roma education and easier access through the simplified application. Operational program Employment Plus also started engaging civil society more proactively, which has improved communication and relevance. Next slide. Well, maybe all you know that in Czech Republic we have two streams. There is one stream which is called Roma integration and Roma inclusion, and second stream is the Agency for Social Inclusion, which is dealing with the integration in the disadvantaged localities. But as you may see from the slide, while the agency received around 63 million euros, what is about the 1.5 billion of Czech crowns, its results are underwhelming. Most activities focus on strategies and guidelines, while with little evidence of direct community impact. Reports from the Supreme Audit Office and other questions the agency efficiency and call for the reform. These reports are available on the website of the Supreme Audit Office, and they were reporting, or they were just controlling the last 5 years of the existence and implementation of the agency's project. So, and it's visible, that this what has been established during the decade of Roma inclusion in 2007. So it's something what is going on since 2007 in Czech Republic. It doesn't work, and it doesn't have an impact on the Roma communities. Roma are not participating in the local partnerships which agency is establishing, and the Roma don't have the ownership. So it's a question, if we still will be supporting such kind of tool which has no sense and impact. Another slide, please. I think that we are here with my colleague on the same agenda, to make EU funds more effective. We recommend to simplifying the processes, increasing the methodological support, and introducing dedicated programs for Roma NGOs. Results, not paperwork, should be the basis for financing. Finally, Roma must be included as an active stakeholder, not as a passive recipient. And the next slide, which is the last one. In conclusion, the EU funds are a vital tool for Roma inclusion, but reach their full potential, we must improve access, reduce the administrative barriers, and enable Roma organizations to take the lead. The focus must shift from top-down strategies to tangible, community-driven change. That's all. Thank you.
Great many thanks, Michal, and it was really interesting to hear also in the messages the parallels from the two different country examples when it comes to the lack of effectiveness, the lack of ownership also or real participation at a local level, and also the critics on bureaucracy. Let's now go to the last concrete example from a member state, and we go this time to Romania. We have with us Florin Nastura, who is president of the NGO Odel Amensa. So I would like to hear from you, if you look back into the amounts invested into Roma inclusion over the past 10 years, was then God with you, or?
Well, yeah, I might say that since Romania joined European Union in 2007, we have 18 years since then. And as you said, we might learn something from this experience, and we'll see what we learn, but still we need to adapt more in order to include Roma into the society. But I will start first with a short history lesson. Because now we face, not only in Romania, but all over Europe, the rise of the extreme far right. And I think it's not similar, but it's close to that. When before the Second World War, nations, they started to invest in the military build-up. And the same is happening now with the countries, with the budget of the countries, including European Union. And they neglected the social cohesion and the discrimination and the racism against vulnerable groups. And I think we should not forget the history lesson, because when we don't invest in a vulnerable group, in people that are neglected, something bad will happen, and we remember the devastating consequences during the Second World War, and we don't want to happen this again. So Roma should be on the agenda when you come about European funds, should be on the agenda of the European Union. Finishing with that, I will start with what you asked me about the experience in Romania. So next slide, please. And the next one also. When we come to the European funds in Romania and to the Roma people, there is the national strategy for inclusion of Roma framework. So the funds allocated for Roma are somehow indirect to implementation of the programs regarding Roma inclusion. We have I will say a best practice, but not all people agree with that. The Ministry of Development on there is a program on housing. It's a pilot program, and 300 houses they were built, and Roma they were moved there. They call it like a best practice. So and also when it come about monitoring the objectives of the strategy, they mention always this program. Then we have these operational programs and implemented by the ministries, but there is not data, ethnic data, desegregated data, and we don't know how much of the indicators of the strategy we achieve. So we don't have a monitoring institutional structures in order to monitor these achievements. You said about past experience and what we learned from that. Not so much, I will say. We still have lack of human resources at the local level because institutions at the local level and also municipalities, they implement projects, but they don't have human resource prepare for that because I'm talking here about rural localities where many Roma live. And also, Roma NGOs, they have a limited access to the funds. I will say that only pro-Roma organization, there are only two pro-Roma organizations in this programming period that they access is structural funds, and they don't have the leadership, Roma leadership, but they implement project in Roma communities. And weak collaboration between institution and civil society. So most funds are implemented by non-Roma actors and institutions, central institution and big institution at the central level. And that's a problem because they don't have this component of Roma, and sometimes no negative social perception affect local commitment. So as a solution, integrated planning, improved cooperation, and anti-discrimination efforts. Because I will say this, and I think many people will agree with that, maybe not all of you, but there is a institutional racism, including when we talk about European funds in Romania. Next slide, please. Civil society and Roma NGOs should be part of monitoring structures. There are, at each operational program, there is a monitoring structures. And Roma NGOs and civil society, they are not there in these committees. The contact point from the Ministry of European Funds, they organized 3 meetings where I participated for consultation regarding the implementation, but they didn't have a follow-up on these. So working group lack continuity and influence on funding decision, and many programs reflect only symbolic Roma inclusion. So next slide, please. There is a good practice, I will say, and from Romania, if there is an organization or two, I think here, that they apply at least. The call for proposal was closed on 1st of April, 20 million euros, the amount of the money supports Roma children's access to education. So it's under the operational program for employment and education. Initial criteria excluded Roma, but there is a network Roma forum that we send a letter to the Ministry of European Funds, and they included the Roma NGO. So I'm giving this example to see how the institutions are working. So it was a program for Roma children, but there are not NGOs included. So we need to send this letter. And we have this 20 million euros call for proposal. Next slide, please. Also, I will say it's not on the slides, but there is allocated for Roma inclusion under the same program, employment and education, 100 million euros for vulnerable population. And among these vulnerable population, there are also Roma. And for Roma specifically are allocated 8 million euros for social entrepreneurship. This is under the program for inclusion and social dignity. Yeah, so this is the name of the operational program. And also 23 million euros for youth, young people who want to open a business. So it's again about entrepreneurship. And also Roma as a vulnerable population are mentioned there and are allocated funds. So, but again, civil society and Roma NGO, they lack capacity and structure influence in implementing these projects. As I said, only 2 organizations, pro-Roma organizations, they could access funds in this programmatic period. So next slide, please. We have a case study. I will not go deep in this. It's an example of how the funds are implemented in Romania. It's tokenistic. Community was not consulted and rejected the plan. It's about CLLD, Community Lead Local Development Program. So it was 3 million euros projects to move from a ghetto some Roma to some containers on a cemetery, old cemetery there, and nobody has Roma if they want. Of course, they don't want, and there is a mess there in the implementation of these projects. So always participation and not only consultation. Yes, so not only consultation, but real participation of Roma should happen, because it's about dignity and empowerment. Next slide, please. So several regional and thematic programs included Roma NGO. Participation depends on informal networks, non-mandates. The National Agency for Roma is responsible for implementing the strategy for Roma inclusion, but they don't have the advocacy and influence of the operational programs. So monitoring remains ad hoc and under-resourced, and also contact point at the Ministry of European Funds, it's very politically, and there is not any, at my knowledge, there is not any Roma in this agency there at the Ministry of European Funds. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide, because I said a few words about that. So some recommendation, we need to ensure structured participation of Roma, as I said, in all program and stages. Yes, you might say that how to participate Roma there if they don't apply. Guess what? We applied, as my organization applied for being part of that committee of the operational program for education and employment. And I know other organizations applied because we decided together to apply, and we were rejected from these monitoring committees. So also formally include NAR and National Agency for Roma and contact point in the decision making. Allocate resources for Roma NGOs. Yes, this is a key point, because we need technical assistance in order to develop the capacity of Roma NGOs to access these funds. Next slide, the conclusion, and I finish, thank you. Invest in inclusion. Inclusion is not charity, it's a strategic investment. As my colleague said, it's not about, vulnerable population. No, Roma, there are a young population there in the context of the demographic crisis. So investing in Roma, it's meant to strengthen the Europe itself. And we choose between dignity and discrimination. So European funds should be transformative, not tokenistic, and should empower and should look more, change the paradigm. Instead of, this is maybe the lesson learned, instead of approaching Roma as a social vulnerable population, only because we still need to keep this. We have communities which are excluded. Only approaching Roma through the lens of social vulnerable population, we need to change the paradigm and to approach Roma as a population that can strengthen the European Union and as active citizen. So these are Roma here in Europe, and I think this is the way how should we approach Roma. Thank you very much.
Great many thanks, Florine, for sharing in this very open manner the inconvenient truths that you have also put here to the table. And I think these messages on the need of participation, but also the openness to have the data that we need in order to understand what is the situation is extremely important. But I think overall is really what you said here at the very end, and many of you said it. When we speak about inclusion, it's really an investment into our joint future. It is not a mercy, it is not a charity, it's in our very own interest, apart from speaking here about grave human rights violation. If we don't allow people to strive and to develop to their best, then we are doing harm to ourselves. That's that simple economic reality that we should all also be aware of. I think Now, normally we have foreseen a presentation to go to the recommendation from the Fondation Secretariado General. But what I suggest, Rafael, if you're fine, that we now open for a small discussion, so to see if there are any comments, observations, something to contest from one to the other, and that you are then more in the conclusive part. And if I may suggest, if I'm not mistaken, my colleague from DG Agri should be here, which I very much appreciate, because there was a lot of speaking about community-led local development programs, positively but also negatively. And I think DG Agri is the front runner for this type of innovative use of funds. And Ivona, if you don't mind, can I ask you to share what you would like about to bring to the attention on your experience with the community-led local development programs under the LEADER project? Is that
Yes, so
fine?
first of all, thank you very much. I listened to you with interest. Unfortunately, the messages are not so positive, but it's also important for me to know the truth. Rather than a positive report. I represent DG Agriculture and Rural Development, and basically I am in charge of the LEADER program, which is it was mentioned here a little bit, the CLLD, Community-Led Local Development, and it is financed from the Common Agricultural Policy. It exists in all member states, including the member states where the Roma communities are present, and it is present in rural areas in Europe. I think it is a good opportunity. The program is not at all at the end. I would say it's in the beginning, because it is based on local action groups. There are 2,500 of them in local areas in Europe. You can take the abbreviation LAG, Local Action Group, and they make a strategy for their area. And very often, I would say, in the 5 countries you mentioned, I think in all of them, social inclusion is one of the main themes. It's not on. It is there. Now, how do you go about getting there? First of all, I think, but if it's not true, tell me or contact me later, that these local action groups, which are composed on private and public social and economic actors, so basically NGOs, municipalities, local businesses, and I think Roma organization could be a member. Possibly should be a member, to have a say. I quite liked, well, I didn't like it, but it was real, your criticism of a project for Roma community to move them from one place to another because they didn't take part in the decision. So first of all, it's an investment to be in the decision making. And basically these local action groups should be open and members can be added. So first of all, get to be a member in your area or make a representation. Then there are projects, and I must say we don't really have, or maybe my colleagues have, I tried to find them, but I couldn't for this programming period, systematic monitoring, only social inclusion, but I am aware of projects that are for, I don't want to say for Roma community, maybe with Roma community, certainly in Romania. And there is a wide range of small projects. It could be, for example, a small food processing capacity where Romas are maybe employed or maybe run the community. It could be camps for children. Basically, there is a very wide range of activities that are organized. And they are organized, at least I know of them. So I would like to plead not to be depressed about these negative factors and try to look very locally for a local action group. I think, for example, just to give you a number, in Romania there are 200 of those groups. In Hungary about 100, so they are really quite small. in terms of territory. They run budgets. The programs are just beginning, which means the group's been selected and they start their activity. So it is a good time to get involved. Ask for capacity building, because in principle, the local action group should also explain how to do things. That's their job. They are paid from the European money to animate the communities. I made a plea. I hope there will be some response. And if there are any comments or structural issues, don't hesitate to send me your comments. I'm also in touch with people in DG Agri who manage the programs in different geographical areas in Romania, Hungary. And if there are any structural issues, for example, that the groups are not open or something, they are on the monitoring committees. And we in the Commission, we are quite sensitive to this kind of issues. So let us know. Thank you.
Great, many thanks, Ivona. Then I saw 2 hands up, no, 3 actually, one in the very end, but that is gone now. So then there. No, it's here. So the lady here to the left, then the lady here in the red to the right, and then the Council of Europe. And in the meantime, I got also a hint that the colleagues managed to establish the online connection to our speaker from Italy. So let's first see the 3 comments to the speakers so far, and then we try to get the connection to Italy. But let's go ahead quickly.
I need somebody to translate me because I'm speaking in...
Okay, then we start first with the lady here. Yeah, no, but then go ahead first until... Okay. No, but then go ahead.
I mean, we only need a microphone for English, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So Delia will use the microphone.
Yeah, then go ahead first, you.
Delia translates. But I'm in English, but you don't need a microphone.
But, sorry, can you get organized? Let's go ahead in English, because you can speak Romanes or English. There is interpretation in Romanes. So...
Statement. Ladies and gentlemen, for over 40 years, Roma in the Netherlands have been excluded from policy making and decision making. People talk about us, but not with us. We are studied, analyzed, and evaluated, but never truly involved. This is not inclusion. This is institutional exploitation. The Netherlands has spent decades conducting research on Roma without making real progress. The National Roma Sinti Contact Point claims to represent our interest, yet it systematically excludes us. And let us not forget history. In the early 1980s, Roma were even deported to America. This shows that the Netherlands has long seen Roma as a problem rather than a community with rights and a voice. We demand change. EU funds for Roma inclusion should not be channeled through national institutions that continue to ignore us. Roma organizations must have direct access to these resources, allowing us to build a future of equality and recognition for ourselves. The time of talking about Roma without Roma must end. We demand a seat at the table, not as subjects of research, but as equal partners. This is not just about justice. This is about fundamental human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing this statement. And I think this underlines very much what the MEP said also at the beginning, that there is an issue of structural discrimination that we all need to tackle. And as you know, Commission is working, or as you probably know, on a new anti-racism strategy, the first ever strategy on anti-racism, which is expected to come out before the end of this year. And this topic of structural racism is certainly something that we will also consider to have there as an overarching part. Now we go to the lady in the back. You can speak Romanes. That will be interpreted, but then you have to go to channel 15. So those who don't speak Romanes, please go on 15. And go ahead, because we don't have a lot of time.
Okay.
Okay, now then go ahead you, and then we go here. So that's...
I have 2 points. I'm Delia Grigorev from Romania, and I just discussed with the colleagues from Romania a little bit, and I'm trying to speak on behalf of our colleagues also, not only of myself, as an activist for more than 30 years in the Roma movement in Romania. The problem, there are at least 2 problems. One is the evoked from all our colleagues bureaucracy and difficulty to access funds, especially for small organizations, local organizations, and the contribution that it is asked, and all these points, and the lack of Roma experts in the ministries of European funds and all these things. But these are discussed for 20 years now. What measures, concrete measures, the European Commission is going to take to now we see that it's is getting even more difficult to access, more and more difficult to access funds, more and more bureaucratic. So instead of doing things to make a smoother and easier access, it is more complicated. What are the measures to really ask to smooth and to ease the access of Roma organizations, small organizations, local organizations especially, but not only to these funds? Is there any possibility to try to study more the application forms, the contributions, and everything that is asked for in order to really ease? This is one point. And the second point is that the European funds are very much invested all the time for 20 years, 30 years now, in employment, in housing, in education, meaning access to education, in things that are really for vulnerable groups in general. And Roma are some of us in the vulnerable groups, but not all of us. And there is almost nothing in the rights of the Roma as a national minority. Nothing in culture, or if it is with huge contribution, 50% or something. I mean, it's Culture Europe and all these programs for culture, of course, are not for Roma, and it's almost impossible for Roma organizations to access. So this second point and the last, this is the one, to invest in identity, because we are a Roma minority recognized in many countries. Even where we are not, we are still a Roma minority that have a culture. And more than that, this is important for inclusion, because we speak about self-esteem. In Romania, just to give an example, after 500 years of slavery and Holocaust and assimilation, we face a problem of self-esteem. We are never going to be integrated or included without investing in our self-esteem. We want to see ourselves as citizens. Now we see ourselves, because of the society and the stereotypes and the hate and the racism, we see ourselves as less citizens, second type of citizens. So let's invest. Please do something for the European Commission to understand that before investing in vulnerable situations like employment, like education, like access and housing, first to invest in culture, in self-esteem, and in combating racism. These are the 3 points to invest in, not employment, because employment is for everybody and we cannot fix it through European funds, not housing, because it's for everybody and we cannot fix it through European funds. So let's invest in culture, in identity, in self-esteem, and in combating racism.
Okay, thank you. let's see whether the last colleague who raised the hand has a question to the panelists, because this was not really to the panelists. Please go ahead.
Excuse me. Okay. Thank you very much, Mila Paspalanova from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Mine is a question to the panel and also collective request to all of us regarding the topic of data and statistics. I really cannot comprehend that we're in 2025 and still having the argument that we cannot collect disaggregated data when there are thousands of international, local recommendations, constant calls from communities to have data. The argument for not collecting data is, honestly speaking, perverse. Sorry, I cannot turn towards you. The argument is perverse by countries that we cannot collect data, disaggregated data, on Roma or on people of African descent or any other population group, because otherwise we are going to keep on discriminating and violating human rights of those people. There is no international recommendation or international treaty, and European treaties also, that go stating that we should not collect data. So my question is how we can really move forward towards the implementation of obligations that states have. And here the question is also to the European institution, what can be your support in strengthening the establishment of national data collection systems and registries, and step out of this circle of hiding between policy and FRA data and regulations that supposedly state that we cannot collect data. We have implemented similar data collection projects in over 25 countries across the world, and only in Europe we face the difficulties related to disaggregation of information and really naming specific socio-demographic and ethno characteristics as an obstacle. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, many thanks, Mila, from the official Office of the Human Rights Commissioner. I would like to ask actually the colleagues whether on this concrete question on data of ethnicity-based data, you have any view, because from my perspective, what I can tell you is that, of course, you are totally right. Nothing prevents the collection of aggregate data which show the situation of certain groups. What is, of course, forbidden to have sensitive, personalized data listed. That is crystal clear. The European data protection legislation does not allow that. But to understand the situation of a certain group, this is totally legitimate. And actually, the Commission is working in the framework of a special task force, also with Eurostat, to see with member states how this problem can be solved, because indeed, in many member states, as we know, there's simply nothing done. But what we often hear is that also from the side of civil society, there's a lot of reluctance to go into the ethnicity-based data. So I think it would be interesting to hear from one or the other panelists what you think about this data gathering issue, which indeed is a serious topic. Perhaps Marek.
So very shortly, if I may answer, maybe I would recommend not to dramatize, because data are important, but this is not the holy grail. And there are countries which legally prohibit collection of ethnic data for good reasons, such as Germany with the experience of the Holocaust, etc. And we cannot change this. And then we should strategically think what are alternatives. And even in countries where ethnic data collection is not possible or feasible, there are ways how to assess impact of different policies or projects, etc., on specific groups, in this case Roma, And it's, for example, the German strategy recognizes this and says, yes, we cannot collect ethnic data, but we can do a community research of impact of different policies. And if you know that you have extremely marginalized communities, and if there are policies which do not outreach them, it signals something about the policy that it needs to be fixed. So I don't think that it's important, but this is not the thing which would change the world. And let me give you an example with Slovakia, where you have tons of data on Roma. You have had the biggest sociographic mappings, and really you can dig for any data, but there is no substantive change since decennies. So I don't think this is the thing on what should we focus only on, but look for other alternatives. This is one thing. And I must also object one thing what was said about the deteriorating access to EU funds. Probably the situation changes in different countries and different experiences are there, but we must admit, and the Roma Civil Monitor does confirm this, that the administrative simplification introduced in the current programming period have significantly improved the access to EU funds, and this is a way that should be followed, and additional barriers should be removed. But for example, flat indirect costs was something that helped also civil society organization to survive, because suddenly you have money.
Okay, so I mean, I know the importance about collecting data, and I think it's a very sensitive topic. Spain is also one country that is forbidden to collect disaggregate data by ethnicity, and it was an attempt, I think, last year or 2 years ago to collect the data, and it's a lot of controversies even among the Roma civil society. So some people is pro about collecting the data, some other Roma organizations are against that. So it's a very sensitive topic. I also think that there are many alternatives of collecting data. Okay, so I think, and especially Roma on each country is different. If collection of data has to be done because it's something important and it really going to change, I don't know how, but maybe there is something really to change. Participation on how to collect the data of the Roma people is absolutely mandatory. Okay, but to be honest, I think it's going to be very hard to have a consensus more on the Roma civil society about that in the case of Spain, and it's going to provocate. So I think alternative is also like secure people, where is the data going, what type of data, is your name, ID number next to Roma or something like that, okay? So this is also when we're talking about data, what are we talking about? It's also important.
Okay, very good. Perhaps now let's try to get the connection done with the colleague from Italy, and then I think on this issue of building culture, perhaps Raphael, if in the concluding remarks for the visions you could also come back how you see the possibilities at all under the EU structural funds, which are indeed there to promote the cohesion policy. Yeah. So let's try the connection. I don't see anything happening, but let's hope that this will change. No, I don't see the connection.
If I can say something about those experience on European project. I work for Roma since 2016, okay? And from 2022, I work for Roma, but with Roma. And this is, for me, is an important differences, because my aim now is to give to the Roma the proudness of being Roma, because for me this is an important objective of the work of my work with the Roma, because in all Europe, I see that in all Europe the medium class, Roma medium class, conceal its identity. And this is, for me, is an objective for the European Union to strengthen the identity of Roma people. And this is also the reason because I decided to work for Roma, but with Roma,
Thank you, Professor Turco from Italy, for reinforcing also the message that came from, I think, every participant. I think we did not manage then to have the online connection, so we will, before going into the vision for the future, I would like to check whether there's anyone else who would like to take the floor. So let me say, Eriak was already once there, so is there anyone else who? No, then I give the floor to Eriak again, please.
No, it's Mihaela Zătreanu. I'm Mihaela Zătreanu from Romania. I was listening to the presentations, and this is, to me, a confirmation that the access of Roma to the European funds is limited. And you confirm this today here. What are the measures, the steps you as a DG Justice will take in the future to improve this or to change something in this?
Okay, I think there is a misunderstanding because this question is not addressed to the appropriate addressee. DG Justice is not in charge at all for the cohesion and for the cohesion policy. What we are doing, and that's why we are also organizing this meeting, is to promote that those funds that are available through the cohesion policy, which are of tremendous magnitude, that they are used as much as possible for the socio-economic goals, to include also all those marginalized communities. And the success so far, as we heard, is somewhat in the middle, I would say. I think the reports are on the paper look all quite nice, but we see also, and from the concrete examples that we heard, that there is a lot of really problematic issues on which we have to work. We will see how the new multi-annual financial framework will look like. That's what I said at the very beginning. You can read it also in the publications that the Commission is thinking about a new approach in the next multi-annual funding framework, on which also an open public consultation is now ongoing, and it is now the right moment for us not only to say what went wrong in the past, but to draw also the conclusions. And I think there are many elements that we have touched here upon. It's about the participation, about the importance of building on the communities, on what is happening locally on the ground. Also about the importance of somehow making sure that the funds that are in principle available for everyone, that they don't bypass, that they don't go over the head of those who are most in need. It is not a trivial question to be resolved. All these mechanisms which have been put in place, we heard it, they are not always functioning as they should function. We have to see how this has to be improved. But it's not DG Just who will do that. It is, we are one element, and we are benefiting from this civil society monitoring project to learn as much as well as possible how we can try to influence. So the question is not that trivial as it was repeatedly posed to DG Justice, but we are here trying to make sure that we don't miss out something important under the next period. But we have to see very clearly that the responsibility of member states is crucial. It will remain crucial, and many things have to be done in close cooperation from all sides. It's not that the Commission, a certain DG, decides it has to go in this way and then it will go in that way. That's not the way how it functions. And there are many needs. Perhaps with that we could then indeed hear the vision from the Fundación Secretariat Gitano, which is a very worthwhile partner to listen to, because Secretariat Fundación Gitano has in Spain since many years, and also perhaps not always with the optimal result, but they have worked since decades, especially on the use of funds. And they have developed and they have submitted also a position paper, which is not only on behalf of Spain, but of 15 member states, what should be done in the future. And this is what I think is now important to listen to. But first, first we listen, and then you have time to give an applause to all the panelists.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Smith, for this invitation to participate here, and all of you for staying here listening to me. Of course, I would like, if the PowerPoint is possible, I am here on behalf of Fundación Secretariado Gitano. We are an intercultural NGO with more than 40 years working for the quality of Roma people. And as Mr. Smith says, since 2000, we are an entity that manages European social funds. At this moment, currently, we manage 4 operational programs of national dimension, of course, focus on employment, education, gender equality, and not discrimination. What is the situation now at this moment? The PowerPoint doesn't work, I see. Okay. Why is relevant the multi-financial framework for Roma? Because we can see along the latest 20 years how the European Commission has increased its commitment to the Roma equality and inclusion. For example, Roma is now an EU concern, we can say that, because we have. Next slide, please. Other one. Next. Here. Okay. In one hand, we have EU policy framework, and in other hand, we have EU funding. Mainly European Social Fund and European Social Fund Plus, and we can say that lesser extent ERDF. This is a reality that we have. And of course, added value of EU funds addressing the persisting challenge of Roma as a target group. However, despite limited aggregated impact in living conditions and opportunity, EU funds should maintain and improve its focus on investment for Roma. Next slide, please. This one, we can see how the commitment of the Commission and EU in general has been increased across the years. No? For example, in the period 2004 and 20, we can see the specific investment priority and also the ex-ante conditionality. And now in the current multi-financial framework, we have a specific objective for Roma. ERDF is not clear at all because they don't say the Roma word, to be honest. This is the reality that we have. But also it includes the enable condition, no? The National Roma Strategy Framework. Next slide, please. What is the current context? We have since February a communication from the Commission with the title, The Road to the Next Multi-Annual Financial Framework. This is a key document in order to follow how will be the future, and as Mr. Smith said, it's an open consultation now at this moment in order to provide inputs about our ideas as CCO, how to regulate the next framework. However, this document from our side, it contains some concerns. For example, the social cohesion or the social aspect as opposite to economic aspect, okay? because nowadays, you know, the security and defense in general is something that is more on the table, we can say. And also, we miss further mentions to specific words like poverty and exclusion, education, housing, social inclusion, social protection, words that is necessary that could be inside the next multi-financial framework. This communication is really important because it describes two different scenarios in the future. Okay, the decision will be which one is better, but in our opinion, the most important is that we should maximize the impact of EU budget for Roma. This is in any scenario possible of two options. For us, this is the most important, so we should try to guess or try to improve as much as possible. And of course, it's necessary to maintain the current focus on social cohesion and vulnerable groups, such as Roma or specific on Roma, how the European Social Funds it contains, but in this case, reinforcing the ERDF for us is something necessary. Next slide, please. In this way, we have, I'm going very fast, sorry. We have 4 proposals, very specific, in order to open the debate and discuss with all of you. It's necessary to safeguard the social dimension, of course. Nowadays, we are in the middle of this debate, no, about the competitiveness. However, as the Draghi report says, increasing investment is the key to improve competitiveness, not the lowering of social standards. This is a sentence from the Draghi report. It's necessary to guarantee equal rights and values of EU and the rule of law, and of course, in line with the EU social mainstream instrument, EU action pillar, because it will reform in the future EU anti-poverty strategy, the affordable housing plan, the new one EU anti-racist action plan. So we have several tools on the table that should be all of them inside the next multi-financial framework. Next slide, please. Secondly, it's necessary to explicitly acknowledge the persistent and structural situation of inequality that Roma will suffer, and it should be a priority. It's a challenge and also a priority. This is our opinion, because it's something in coherence with the several EU policy instruments, as I said before. And of course, explicit but not exclusive approach. This is something that, in our opinion, should be a key element for the next multi-financial framework. Next slide, please. Number 3, as I said before, target support to the most vulnerable groups. Roma should be there, of course. It's necessary to increase the flat of co-funding rate. It's something that we have talked here with the audience, just if it is mandatory, of course. But to be honest, probably it will be there. So highest as possible in order to open the participation of all the CCOs in this future multi-financial framework. And this is something that, for me, is really important. Co-funding rate to be applied to all regions. Why I say that? For example, before Annabelle showed the different regions in Spain, in this case, Madrid and Catalonia, they are a very rich community, and they receive less money. However, the Roma community that are living there is very high. So trying to balance this element, because it could be really important for the social development of Roma people. Yeah. And of course, several comprehensive support to employment, education, reinforce the support in housing. This is something that is also more than ever necessary. And in other aspect that green and digital transitions, and of course the Roma-specific indicators are necessary. Next slide, please. Improve the connection with the policy frameworks, because we have we have the tools, so it's necessary to improve this. The partnership, of course, is necessary to reinforce and increase the CCO role in the design, implementation, and monitoring of EU funds in cooperation with the public authorities and private entities, maybe as a complementary forms, I don't know, maybe it's an option. Something that we say before here, no, it's necessary to simplify the process. No, I think that all the CCO here are agreed that the process is really complicated sometimes, so it's necessary to simplify it. Next slide, please. This is my last recommendation. Specifically include the situation of vulnerable groups, in this case Roma, in a extremely European semester and plan for each country. It could be a really interesting initiative in order to follow up how is the situation of Roma communities in each country with more frequently. I know that maybe it could be difficult and hard at the beginning, but if we want a real change in Europe for Roma people, I think that this element could be a key element in order to know how is the situation and how to improve it. Final, next slide, please. This is the last one. Thank you so much for your time. Thank for all.
Okay, great. Many thanks to you, Raphael, for also these concrete recommendations, which I think very much reflect what also the speakers from the panel said. And unless there is another burning question to Raphael, then I would like to, or to any of the panelists, then we could also slowly come to the end of the meeting. Is there anyone who would like to take this opportunity to speak specifically about funding? No. So then I think everything, yeah, no, there is one lady. One lady. So let's give you the floor. You can speak English or Romanes. It will be translated, and if you speak Romanes, those who don't speak it have to go on the channel 15.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Saška Jovanović, and I like to speak about the project and EU financing. You know, this is my, I like so much. This is my expertise. Why? Because I am a project manager for a Roma organization from Italy. I listen professor, but I don't know him, from Italy. I am a project manager for two Roma organizations. The both is Roma Women Organization, Romni and Rovni. Romni now is part of ERGO. What is happened? I tried the last 5 years to make a network of Roma organization from EU, a Balkan country, to present together a project, EU project. Why? Because how you say it's not good that EU project working only pro-Roma organization, not Roma. Because we are not strange. We have a problem with the financial support, with human support and everything. And my idea is born 5 years ago, and maybe sometimes my partner, maybe from ERGO, thinks that I'm a little bit, boring. But I really try to put different countries from EU, but also Balkan countries together, and to present not like partner, but like coordinator, the EU projects. Yes, that now we enter in difficult phase from 28, but we have 2 years, still 2 years to try to present something like, for example, CERV project, child violence, Holocaust, because this is I think the project which Roma present. I try also twinning, and we try so much Erasmus project, because we think that is also important, and for the youth and for older, and especially for Roma women, that they can travel, learn something, education, etc. But we have difficulty, we present, but maybe because we are not good for the writing or we are not interesting for volunteer, that one Roma organization be leader of the project, we don't win. And I hope that European Commission and on the volunteers don't look only the way how we write it, but the idea and who is inside of this project, and to give our possibility to have empowerment, that we try to be coordinator, not only from 10 organizations who is in the project, one is Roma, only to say that they have Roma organization. No, that we are there.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, thank you very much. I think the message is very clear. And again, I think on that we here, at least in this room, all agree that it is extremely important to make sure that there is a real ownership by Roma civil society, by Roma organizations themselves. Of course, nobody should work in isolation, but it cannot work the other way around, that it is done on behalf of Roma. You mentioned the Western Balkans, and I have here in front of me also my colleague from DG ENEST, which is the DG in charge for enlargement. And I think all of you know that what we are doing here in relation to Roma equality, inclusion and participation is done all in an all-embracing manner, also with view to the upcoming enlargement. So it's really done in a very coherent manner. So all the enlargement countries on the Western Balkans in particular are always part of our regular reporting and the processes, but it's true there are different financial channels. This session was really dedicated to the next multi-annual financial framework, and mainly the main chunk of the money is indeed through the classical cohesion policy instrument. I think in order to conclude, I just noted down here the keywords. So partnership is extremely important, true partnership, and not just to have somehow the fig leaf, but that it should be driven by Roma civil society. There's a lot of potential by community-led local development programs, which needs to be explored far more intensively in the future. I think we all got the message and we all agree that some sort of targeting would be needed also in the future. Otherwise, we might risk to lose out on those most in need, which are vulnerable communities, including in particular Roma. The co-funding was a very interesting aspect that was brought in, also with good examples from Czechia. And of course the alignment with all the other policies. And we have here also these new strands. There is the Affordable Housing Action Plan. There's the anti-poverty strategy, which is in the making. And it's extremely important that we all watch out that nobody overlooks the needs of those which are most in need when speaking, for instance, about affordable housing. With that, I would like to also reiterate the appeal. There is a public consultation out there. We will share, or we will ask Marek Hojsik to share with all of you the link, and we can only invite you to also make your comments in the open public consultation. So make your voice, make your organization's voice heard with passing these messages or the messages that you want to pass. It's now the time. Because the services who are responsible, and that's not DG Justice, we are the facilitators, that is what we can do. But the services responsible to elaborate, they will of course listen and carefully read what is in this consultation contribution. So don't miss this chance. It's open still until the 7th of May, if I'm not mistaken, but you will get all the links so that you can also put that. And on a final note, we are, of course, and DG Justice is the front runner, so to say, in that, working on equality. A very important element on equality is, of course, to give back the self-esteem, to build on all the positive connotation in relation to culture, language, but also all the positive impacts in history. Of course, also the negative. and there we are supporting member states. That is in our new strategy. But at the end, when it comes to the financing and what is done precisely, it's very much up to the member states to take the choice. So we are promoting, we are keeping that on the agenda, and it's an important new element in the current 10 years period. This goes in a bit to also respond to the question that was put in that respect. With all that, I would like to thank you. I would like to ask for an applause for the panelists because they did a great job. And the very final word is with the coordinator.
Thank you. So two organizational things. The first one, all the presentations are going to be published on the RCM webpage, including the Italian one that unfortunately we did not have. And this is a very interesting country because compared to the previous period, they really boost money into Roma equality. So this is the thematic. And the second one is that the next event on Ukraine is going to take place in the same room. So you are invited to stay here until the next event. Thank you very much.
Is there is the Lee Anderson? It's her? Right? It's her over there, no? Do you think she arrived? The Lee Anderson. There is like a person with a kind of a... Huh? So, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask you to take your seats. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Please. Yeah, they're actually very nice, these cookies. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking your seats. We are about to start an event which is calling Zooming in on the situation of Roma in Ukraine, looking at the reconstructions, Ukraine reconstruction and the Roma role in the process. My name is Gabriela Hrabaňová. I am the director of the ERGO network and also one of the main organizers of the Roma Week. We are here gathered today to hear the first hand from institutional representative, frontline activists, and Roma leaders about the critical challenges and prospects facing the Roma community in Ukraine. As the country endures the consequences of the war, Roma remain among the most vulnerable group, but also among the most resilient. Today, we are gathered here at the International Roma Day, 8th of April. It's a very important day for us Roma. We are celebrating the unity, our identity, but also the cultural heritage and the contributions we are making to our society. And as we are here today, we also want to highlight that Roma in Ukraine are part of the society and their contribution should not be overlooked. Therefore, they should be also part of building the new Ukraine. We will have 2 panels here and the conclusions. So the first one is the political panel, where we have representatives of the European Parliament, but we also have a parliamentarian from Ukraine, and we also have an international organization for the cooperation and security in Europe. So I will then introduce one by one as we are coming to the speeches. So thank you everyone for being here. We are also live streaming this event. So I'm also greeting the people online. If you would like to share some of those the work that we are promoting online, you can either go to our ERGO social network, or there is a direct link on the ERGO network YouTube channel. So you can also share with your friends and your colleagues this event here. The organizers of this event, as I said, it's ERGO Network, but also the Helsinki Diakoni Foundation and international charitable organization, the Roma Women Fund, Chirikli. And we would not be here also without the support of the members of the parliament, and concretely Marco Tarquinio, who is coming from Italy, S&D Group. And he is also here to address you in the opening remarks. He will speak Italian, and then we will have a translation after his speech into the English. So Marco, please, the floor, it's yours.
Molte grazie. Thank you. Signore, signori, care colleghe e cari colleghi, è un grande onore parlarvi oggi nella giornata internazionale dei Rom. È un'occasione importante. È un giorno in cui celebriamo in tutta Europa la resilienza, la ricca cultura, il contributo delle comunità Rom. È un giorno in cui facciamo i conti anche con le forti ingiustizie che questa comunità di concittadine e di concittadini continuano ad affrontare. Oggi, mentre ci riuniamo per fare uno zoom sulla situazione dei Rom in Ucraina, ci ritroviamo purtroppo a parlare ancora una volta di sofferenza e di esclusione. Ma contemporaneamente riconosciamo il ruolo che i Rom svolgono per contribuire a plasmare il presente e il futuro dell'Ucraina. Da più di 11 anni l'Ucraina difende con tenacia e grandi sacrifici la sua indipendenza, la sua democrazia e il suo percorso europeo di fronte alla brutale aggressione russa, culmine di algidi giochi di potenza. Questa guerra continua a uccidere, mutilare e devastare innumerevoli vite umane e terre buone, ridotte a campo di battaglia e di dolore.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it is a great honor to speak to you today on International Roma Day. This is an important occasion. It is a day in which we celebrate the resilience, rich culture and contribution of Roma communities. It is a day in which we also confront several injustices that these communities of fellow citizens continue to face. Today, as we gather to zoom in on the situation of Roma in Ukraine, we unfortunately find ourselves talking once again about suffering and exclusion, but at the same time, we recognize the role that Roma play in helping to shape the present and future of Ukraine. For more than 11 years, Ukraine has defended its independence, democracy, and European path with tenacity and great sacrifices in the face of brutal Russian aggression, the culmination of power games. This war continues to kill, maim, and devastate countless human lives, and good lands reduced to battlefields and pain.
La comunità Rom in Ucraina ha sofferto come ogni altra comunità ucraina, eppure in modo persino più duro. Le famiglie Rom sono state sfollate, come tante altre, e più di tante altre. Come tante altre, eppure un po' di più hanno perso persone care, luoghi di residenza, accesso ai servizi di base. Dico di più perché la loro sofferenza rimane spesso invisibile e il trauma è immenso. Oggi, nel momento in cui in modo contraddittorio e persino crudele si torna ad abbozzare il negoziato e si evocano il cessate il fuoco e la pace, bisogna riconoscere che il difficile cammino verso la fine del massacro di umanità e di giustizia, verso la necessaria ricostruzione, non può continuare a ignorare queste realtà. Solo il 26% dei Rom, le cui residenze sono state danneggiate o distrutte e che avevano documenti adeguati, ha chiesto un risarcimento. Le ragioni sono chiare e amare: mancanza di documenti di identità, discriminazione radicata, profonda sfiducia nelle istituzioni. Molte famiglie rom sono state escluse dai sistemi di aiuto umanitario semplicemente perché non erano mai state incluse. Nonostante questo, molti rom si sono fatti avanti per fare la propria parte, con armi e senza armi. Hanno prestato e prestano servizio militare e si sono offerti volontari nelle loro comunità, hanno aiutato i vicini, hanno protetto vite umane. Eppure i loro contributi sono troppo spesso trascurati, in parte a causa dell'assenza di raccolta di dati per così dire etnici e soprattutto, una volta di più, a motivo dell'invisibilità dei Rom nelle narrazioni pubbliche. Questo deve cambiare.
The Roma community in Ukraine has suffered like other Ukrainian communities, yet harder. Roma families have been displaced like so many others and more than others. Like many others, yet more, have lost loved ones, places of residence, and access to basic services. I say more because their suffering often remains invisible, and the trauma is immense. Today, at a time when in a contradictory and even cruel way negotiations are being outlined again and a ceasefire and peace are being evoked, it must be recognized that the difficult path towards the end of the massacre of humanity and justice, towards the necessary reconstruction, cannot continue to ignore these realities. Only 26% of Roma whose residences were damaged or destroyed and who had proper documents claimed compensation. The reasons are clear. Lack of identity documents, deep-rooted discrimination, deep mistrust in institutions. Many Roma families were excluded from humanitarian aid systems simply because they have never been included to start with. Despite all this, many Roma have come forward to do their part. With weapons and without weapons, they have served and are serving in the military, and they volunteered in their communities. They helped neighbors, they protected lives. Yet their contributions are all too often overlooked, partly because of the absence of ethnic data collection, and especially, once again, because of the invisibility of Roma in public narratives. That has to change.
L'Unione Europea ha la possibilità e la responsabilità, una possibilità concreta, una responsabilità morale e politica di garantire che i diritti dei Rom siano non solo tutelati, ma attivamente rispettati nel tempo che viene, che deve venire, e nel processo di adesione dell'Ucraina alla UE. Dobbiamo sostenere lo sviluppo di un piano umanitario nazionale che includa i Rom al pari delle altre minoranze nazionali. Dobbiamo chiedere politiche di ricostruzione inclusive e garantire che i finanziamenti e l'assistenza dell'Unione Europea siano subordinati alla rappresentanza e alla inclusione delle comunità emarginate, Rom compresi. Mi sono speso per questo per decenni, come giornalista, e mi sento ancora più impegnato in tal senso nel mio dovere attuale di deputato europeo e di copresidente dell'Ardi. Dobbiamo saper agire di pari passo con le organizzazioni della società civile, in particolare con quelle che stanno già facendo un duro lavoro sul campo. Documentare le esigenze, sostenere le donne, i giovani e gli sfollati interni, Rom. Il loro lavoro non deve essere considerato temporaneo, emergenziale, persino simbolico, ma deve essere sostenuto in modo sostenibile e strategico. Voglio essere chiaro. I Rom non devono essere lasciati indietro nella solidarietà dell'Europa con l'Ucraina.
The European Union has the possibility and the responsibility, a concrete possibility, a moral and political responsibility, to ensure that the rights of Roma are not only protected, but actively respected in the times to come. And in the process of Ukraine's accession to the EU, we must support the development of a national humanitarian plan that includes the Roma as well as other national minorities. We must call for inclusive reconstruction policies and ensure that EU funding and assistance is conditional on the representation and inclusion of marginalized communities, including Roma. I have spent decades on this as a journalist, and I feel even more committed to this in my current duty as a member of the European Parliament and co-president of the Anti-Racism and Diversity Intergroup. We need to be able to work hand in hand with civil society organizations, especially those that are already doing hard work on the ground. Documenting needs, supporting Roma women, young people, and internally displaced persons. Their work must not be considered temporary, emergency, and even symbolic, but must be supported in a sustainable and strategic way. Let me be clear. Roma must not be left behind in Europe's solidarity with Ukraine.
La ricostruzione dell'Ucraina non riguarda solo strade ed edifici, riguarda un popolo intero, con la sua anima profonda e le sue differenze, specialmente, insisto, le più misconosciute e maltrattate. Si tratta di giustizia, di dignità e di piena cittadinanza. Si tratta di costruire un'Ucraina inclusiva ed europea, nel senso più vero e profondo del termine. In questa giornata internazionale dei Rom riaffermiamo il nostro impegno a ricostruire l'Ucraina ponendo al centro il suo popolo e dando valore anche alla voce, alla sofferenza, alle attese e alla speranza dei Rom. Andiamo oltre ogni forma di tokenismo e facciamo passi sostanziali verso l'uguaglianza e la fraternità. La forza delle nostre democrazie si misura dal modo in cui trattiamo tutte le persone. Desidero dirvi grazie per il vostro impegno e per la vostra presenza qui, scusandomi se dovrò tornare ai miei doveri di deputato fra poco, in lingua romani, spero di pronunciare giusto. Nice tuche. Grazie. Grazie.
Reconstruction is not just about roads and buildings. It concerns an entire people, with its deep souls and its differences, especially, I insist, the most misunderstood and mistreated. It is about justice, dignity, and full citizenship. It is about building an inclusive and European Ukraine in the truest and deepest sense of the word. On this International Roma Day, we reaffirm our commitment to rebuild Ukraine by putting its people at the center and also giving value to the voice, suffering, expectations, and hopes of Roma. Let's go beyond any form of tokenism and take substantial steps towards equality and fraternity. The strength of our democracies is measured by the way we treat all people. I would like to thank you in Romani. Naistuke.
Naistuke. Thank you very much for your contribution. And I would like now to ask Li Andersson, also a member of the European Parliament from Finland, from the left of the European Parliament, to also give us opening remarks.
Should I stand up? Or?
You don't need to.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm also very honored to have the opportunity to speak here during this day that, of course, has huge importance for the Roma communities. And I also think it's a very good occasion to focus on the situation of the Roma community in Ukraine, at the same time as we support the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom, for independence, for self-determination. I also think it is important that we can focus on issues within the Ukrainian society, issues connected to the lack of affordable housing, issues connected to the situation of the Roma community, because addressing these societal problems, these societal topics, is crucial both when we think about the future of Ukraine, when we think about the reconstruction, the EU accession, but in addition to that, it is also about human rights, dignity and equity at this moment, right here and now. As we heard, when we talk about the Roma community in Ukraine, it is important to understand that they are navigating a humanitarian crisis within a war. And while, of course, the entire Ukrainian population is suffering immensely at the moment, the Roma also face a compounded struggle that is rooted in long-standing discrimination and marginalization. Reports from the ground reveal widespread exclusion from humanitarian aid, healthcare, education and shelter, often based on ethnicity. And over 50% of Roma IDPs have reported discrimination when trying to access humanitarian aid. Also, within the Roma community, it is important to note that Roma women, children and IDPs are among the most at risk. Family separation, loss of documentation, and also the breakdown of access to services have disproportionately affected them. And many children lack digital tools or devices or safe access to schools. And Roma women, especially those that are displaced, also face multiple forms of exclusion, from healthcare to housing to social protection. One of the challenges that has been pointed out is absence of data, which renders Roma communities invisible in many national response mechanisms, and also that authorities often are under-resourced and uninformed about Roma needs, leading to gaps in access to services. But it's also important to point out that if we want to look at discrimination and segregation and exclusion, it does not stop at the border. The challenges that follow Roma also follow Roma refugees abroad. And we do know, and we have reports that in countries such as Germany, there has been racism and structural discrimination in reception centers, schools, in regards to bureaucracy. So we must apply equal standards of protection and also ensure within the European Union that solidarity does not exclude anyone based on ethnicity. But as we heard already from my Italian colleague, it is easy also to focus on the discrimination, the exclusion, the negative parts, but we should also focus on Roma resilience and leadership. I visited Kiev in last November, meeting many actors from different NGOs. And I was very impressed by the role that individuals and volunteers and NGOs at the moment have been forced to take in Ukraine, dealing with many of these societal issues that I already mentioned. And the Roma community is not an exception in this regard. The Roma communities in Ukraine have shown resilience and leadership, and also stepped in where state structures have failed, coordinating aid, documentation assistance, leading monitoring missions with international partners, training police on anti-discrimination, supporting Roma education and service access. So in the absence of national plans, Roma NGOs are holding the front line. And this is, of course, in no way something that we hope. We should, of course, always emphasize state responsibility when it comes to services, when it comes to ensuring equal access. But I do think it is important to highlight the role that Roma communities and the leadership they have taken in this regard. So looking at the future for Ukraine, we must, of course, in collaboration, ensure the empowerment of Roma women and girls as leaders and rights holders. Also, as was mentioned, non-tokenistic community participation, and also recognizing Roma fighters and volunteers who have defended Ukraine's freedom. For the part of the European Union, it is crucial that European Union ensure that Roma rights are embedded in Ukraine's EU accession process, that they advocate for the development of a national humanitarian plan inclusive of Roma communities and their needs, and also to provide structural and long-term support to Roma-led organizations and to foster dialogue between minority civil society and state actors, and also to put efforts to document war crimes and rights violation against ethnic communities. So when we support and show solidarity with Ukraine, we must also support the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian civil society in the struggles to improve Ukrainian society and supporting Roma communities is not an exception in this regard. So thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm also think it's very important for us to listen and learn from what the Roma community in Ukraine wishes from us, especially with regards to the EU accession process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially, I mean, for the account of kind of naming the situation and really having a first-hand experience yourself visiting also Kiev and being there, supporting the cause from the inside of the European Parliament. It's very much appreciated, and thank you for being here, also listening. Thank you very much. I would like to continue and give a word to Kristi Mihalake. He's a senior advisor and chief of the contact point for Roma and Sinti issues at the OSCE ODIHR. ODIHR is a long-term fighter for the rights of the human rights, I would say the rights of Roma, and very much also contributed and being engaged since the war, but also much more before, working with the civil society in Ukraine. So not only civil society as well. So Kristi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabi, for the nice introduction and for the invitation. I would want to start by noting that it is paramount to ensure platform for discussing the situation of Ukrainian Roma during this Roma week. And again, it is something to be grateful for to the MEPs hosting and for ERGO and the other partners. This is actually helping raising awareness on the particular challenges experiencing the community in the country, and also, as it has been rightly pointed, those displaced abroad. I also want to mention that we at ODIHR, we have provided similar avenues since the beginning of the war, and to give an example, we make use of our human dimension events, such as the supplementary human dimension meetings and the Warsaw Human Dimension conferences to bring attention to the human rights issues facing Roma. We also bring on board authorities and Roma civil society to ensure a meaningful dialogue and exchange. Let me also state that we have created safe spaces and capacity building opportunities for Roma human rights defenders from Ukraine, which have equipped them with knowledge on human rights monitoring, open source investigation, gender equality, and also digital safety and security. One important takeaway from these sessions that I want to mention is that civil society indeed possesses incredible expertise on the situation of Roma and should be further brought. This expertise needs to be further used, including in partnerships with the national authorities. And to that end, they should be actually included not only in the consultation process on Roma policy, but also on mainstream matters, for instance, in relation to the topic of this meeting related to recovery and reconstruction. Let me also stress that our office conducted human rights monitoring in view of the war, both in Ukraine and its neighboring countries, and we have observed that Roma, particularly displaced groups, often have experienced discrimination and violations of their rights when accessing shelter, protection, aid, socio-economic services, and also benefits. Moreover, let me also add that Roma from occupied regions have reported serious violations such as arbitrary detention and torture, forced labor, sexual violence, property theft and occupation, and enforced disappearance, to just mention few. Women are unfortunately particularly vulnerable to intersectional discrimination, gender-based violence, and other forms of abuse. These inequalities remain widely undocumented and unreported. Let me also add that we have published a report on the situation of internally displaced persons, which is available on our website. I would also want to emphasize that we have promoted dialogue between civil society authorities and international community. I would also want to add that war has exacerbated the existing inequalities, leading to complex concerns. And I would want to note that significant efforts have to be made to ensure that Roma can realize their human rights without discrimination and be treated with dignity. In this respects, more stakeholders have to step in and support Roma civil society and authorities in Ukraine through joint and coordinated action. Last but not least, Roma should always be included in decision-making processes affecting their lives. I want also to note that these challenges have to be reflected in the fit and adapted policy, particularly in view of the EU accession. And the upcoming Roma Action Plan must guarantee complex measures aimed to tackle discrimination against Roma and provide better protection of their human rights. A particular emphasis has to be put on displaced groups, both internally and abroad. The plan has to also incorporate gender lenses to ensure that the needs of Roma women are properly met. On a final note, let me stress that we at ODIHR, we are providing tailored support to state authorities, and we stand ready to advise on the upcoming policy processes. Thank you for the attention, and I wish everybody a fruitful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristi. Thank you for your introductory remarks. And now I would like to ask Nelly Yakovleva. She's a member of the Parliament of Ukraine and also a member of a working group on Roma women. She's actively engaged in improving legislative regulations concerning the rights and opportunities of the Roma minority on all spheres of life. So please, we are delighted to have you here and present your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Committee on Human Rights, I am grateful. I am glad to welcome all participants of our meeting, and I am also grateful for the opportunity to discuss the current situation with Roma national minority in Ukraine in the European Parliament. A lot of events and discussions during Roma Week 2025 demonstrate the European Union's focus on the protecting the rights of Roma national minority. And I want to emphasize that the process of reforming Ukraine's ethnic policy is currently underway, and we are making a progress. However, a lot of practical issues are still present, and unfortunately, we in Ukraine have a lack of sufficient statistical data to assess the full extent of the problems and challenges that Roma face. Firstly, access to education, and for Roma, it is extremely important issue. Education can open the door to full integration into society in the future, but Roma children may face discrimination in schools, and segregated schools in Ukraine still present. However, the monitoring of schools showed that the main problem for implementing a higher educational process is the irregular attendance of students at school. In general, educational campaigns in both directions are equally important. First direction, to overcome stereotypical attitudes towards Roma, and the second, to make Roma aware of their rights. And I would like to mention the initiative of Charity Cherry Fund, establishing an interaction between Roma and the police. This involves trainings for law enforcement officers and community members for both sides. And this activity is aimed at reducing social tension, overcoming prejudice, and preventing conflict. Building trust and mutual understanding between Roma and the state is crucial. And this is two-way movement towards a common goal. The next issue that Roma in Ukraine face is documentation. The lack of documents makes Roma invisible for the state, and they have no opportunity to protect their rights. Due to the lack of documents, there are difficulties with employment, obtaining medical care, and access to social assistance and services. In this context, I would like to highlight the significant role of Roma mediators, who can conduct educational work in places of compact residences of Roma and help navigate the bureaucratic procedures. Roma mediators work directly with communities and authorities, and such initiatives need to be strengthened at the national level, as they are an example of the resilience demonstrated by Ukrainian civil society in most difficult times. Due to the full-scale invasion of Russian Federation into Ukraine, according to data by civil society organizations, about 85 Roma become NDPs. Roma IDPs are particularly vulnerable group, and they are at risk of multiple intersectional discrimination in host communities and often face stereotypical attitudes towards Roma. I want to note that Ukraine radically updated the law on national minorities in 2023, which was part of our European integration commitments. And at the end of November 2024, the State Service for Ethnopolitics made a report at the meeting of our committee in the implementation of this law. And the issue of Roma was also raised there. In particular, the new legislation also provides for the right to use the languages of national minorities. In this context, the codification of Roma language in Ukraine is also a crucial task. And after the end of hot war, Ukraine will move to an active phase of recovery. And it's extremely important for us that Ukraine's recovery plans include comprehensive anti-discrimination approaches to respond to the needs of Roma. Recent legislative changes include those that provide access to secondary legal aid for vulnerable groups, in particular Roma. And this law will enter into force after the end of the martial law. Parliament has draft laws on the agenda that are dedicated to overcoming discrimination. In particular, this draft law provides for establishing administrative responsibility for violation of the legislation in the field of protecting and combating discrimination and increasing responsibility for hate crimes. These draft laws will contribute to building equal society by implementing European standards for the protection of human rights, including the Roma national minority. Finally, I would like to note that the issue of Roma is on Ukrainian agenda, despite the ongoing war. Improving socio-economic conditions, overcoming inequality, and integrating Roma into Ukrainian society requires coordination of efforts. These are efforts between state and local authorities, civil society organizations, and interaction and international community. So I believe that we are stronger together, and I hope that our discussion will be fruitful and productive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists. I would actually, without any further ado, ask the next panel to join me here. Thank you all very much for being here today. What is this? Yes. I would ask, please, the Alexander Osipov to join us here, Julian Kondur, Rada Kalandia, the mayor of Odessa as well, and Vasil Sorokin. Yes, so you will find your names in very moment. Thank you very much. Thank you, my team, for arranging this table. I would just continue taking the time before you sit. That this panel actually it's a very special for us, and I think it's also for this event because we are managing to have all the representatives coming from Ukraine itself, and I think that also in the times of the war. It is always difficult, first of all, to leave the country, to get the permission to be here, but also to have such a representation at one table. And I'm very honored to be here sitting with you. I might just have one little struggle that I have to share with all of you, and it's the time constraints. We actually very much overseeded the opening that was anticipated, and I would really like to ask you to keep to the time, if possible, to keep your presentation about the 5 minutes. I will still also ask for the patience of the people here in the room. We try to stay longer. I'm just checking the technical setting, if we actually can continue with the streaming and everything also after the booking of the room, it's finishing. So just bear with us. We want to make sure that there is a place and there is an equal participation of the people from Ukraine coming to this table. So we would like to start with Alexander Osipov. He's a representative of the Ukrainian Parliament Commission for Human Rights on equal rights and freedoms of national minorities, political and religious opinions. And in his role, Alexander actually actively cooperate with Roma public organizations and fostering the trust between the Roma and community and the state authorities. So Alexander, please, the floor, it's yours. And if I can really ask you to keep it short or somehow structured. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. I am trying to do my best. So maybe it should be a presentation. Yep. So, dear colleagues and friends, thank you for this opportunity to speak today on behalf of Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Dmytro Lubinets, and it's a great honor to join this really important discussion during this Roma week. As my colleague said, and as you all know, Ukraine has been going through a very difficult time since the full-scale Russian invasion. Millions of people were forced to leave their homes, and many Roma communities were among the most affected. Please, next slide. Before the war, around 80% of Roma national minority in Ukraine lived in 7 regions. Regarding the next slide, is it possible?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can see the picture that around 80% of Roma national minority lived in Ukraine before the war in 7 regions, including Donetsk region, Kharkiv, and Kyiv. Many of these places are now either under attack or occupation. Since February 2022, about 2/3 of Roma have left their homes. Many moved to the Carpathia and Odessa region or any other safer region, but some remains in dangerous areas. Next slide. Even during war, Ukraine keeps working on protecting the human rights and moving closer to European Union. As my colleague said from Parliament, Ms. Nelly, we adopted a new law on national minority in 2023. Also, we approved the Roma strategy until 2030 with detailed action plan and a long-term national program called Unity in Diversity. Next slide. The Office of Ombudsman of Ukraine monitors the observance of the rights of national minorities under martial law by reviewing complaints, conducting monitorings, and providing recommendations to the authorities. We also cooperate with law enforcement, monitor media and public communication, and conduct trainings to prevent discrimination against the communities such as Roma national minority. Next slide. Last year, during our monitor visits of Roma national minority communities in the Zakarpattia, Lviv, and Odessa region, we saw really many challenges, like their homes were destroyed or lost, people cut off from social help or healthcare or education. Also, it's due to the war, it's stress, it's exclusion. Next slide. And as my colleague also said, one of the biggest problems is lack of documents. Many Roma do not have passports or birth certificates, and it makes hard for them to get access to any basic rights. Next slide. So in 2023, Ombudsman started a project together with Council of Europe and Roma Women Fund Chirikli. Also other stakeholders is UNHCR started a project on documenting Roma national minorities in Zakarpattia. We conducted 302 dossiers for people without documents, and the results you can see on this TV screen. We have already helped to issue 159 passports, 53 birth certificates, 23 persons now under identification. They are in procedure of identification. So this is like a start of bigger work. I'll tell you a little bit later. Next slide, please. In November 2024, together with Council of Europe, European Commission, Parliament, and other governmental authorities, we conducted a monitoring to the Zakarpattia region. We visited to check how the new laws and policies are working. I can say that there were no major violations, but there is still a need for stronger support in education, social services, and of course documentation, as I said earlier. Next slide. Also, we continue to work with Roma NGOs and community leaders. There is an expert council in Office of Ombudsman that includes 27 representative of national minorities, non-governmental organization, and international organization. By the way, my colleague Julian also from Chirikli is a part of this expert council, and we focused on the discrimination and, of course, how to help, how to understand the needs of national minorities and how to help them. Next slide, please. Also, we are involved in national working groups, including Roma Women's Task Force and other bodies focused on anti-discrimination and minority rights, as you can see also on screen. Next, please. In 2024, we published a special report on observance of the rights of national minorities during the wartime. Some of you can see the printed version on your tables, and also here is the QR code. You can download it and see. So this special report includes 75 recommendations for state authorities, local authorities. 9 of them focus especially on protecting the Roma national minority during the war. Next slide. Also, we are going to launch the new project. As I said, that the pilot project on documenting Roma national minority is just a first step. The next step, you can also see on your tables, Social Atlas of Roma Communities in Zakarpattia. It's a concept note for future project. We just made a concept note, and the main idea should help to understand the real needs on Roma national minority now. I hope, if everything will be okay, we can extend this project also, for example, to Odessa region in the future. Next slide, please. Also, at this year, we created or opened a new unit on protection, especially Roma national minority rights. And team of this unit every day will help Roma community with their everyday problem and support their inclusion. Next, please. We also took part in drafting the new action plan for national minorities until 2027 as obligation on entering the European Union. We suggest concrete steps like concrete the item regarding the hiring Roma advisors at a local level, because it's so important for local authorities to have highly qualified advisors, and we would like to propose that we should do it now, not tomorrow, not in today, but now. And of course, as I said, it's so important for our European integration. Next one, please. So, and then I'd like to say that protection of the Roma national minority rights must happen now, not later. Even in wartime, human rights must be protected. So, Ukraine pays to the European Union includes Roma, and we are committed to making that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osipov. I would like to ask Julian Kondur here, a coordinator of the international charity Chirikli Romani Women Fund, which is actually playing a crucial role in supporting Roma individuals in realizing their potential and integrating into their communities. And it's also our member and my dear friend. So, Julian, please take the floor, and if you can also have some time limits, I would be appreciated. Thank you. You use the one.
Yeah. Thank you, Gabi. Dear friends, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, it's really a pleasure to be here with you today, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to speak today. Here I'm as a representative of our organization and a community that has been both deeply wounded by the war and yet actively contributing to the country's resilience and future recovery. Roma in Ukraine, just like in other countries, are not a monolith. We are not just passive victims of war or poverty. We are citizens, volunteers, civil society leaders, frontline workers, and yet way too many people are also among those most excluded from access to services, protection, and decision-making. Today, I'd like to zoom in, as well as together with others, zoom into our situation in Ukraine. I will highlight the impact of the war on our communities, the urgent and specific needs in the recovery process, and most importantly, the vital role that Roma civil society is already playing in shaping Ukraine's future. This is not just the story of suffering, it's also a story of courage, contribution, and the need for inclusive policy and partnership to move forward. So we can go to the next slide. Speaking about the situation of Roma in Ukraine, we are part of the broader European community. That's clear, and our relations with European Roma, Ukrainian and European Roma have been long-standing, and in times of crisis, this partnership has played a vital role in supporting the Roma communities affected by war. The post-Soviet transition, the ongoing war, and all the efforts of economic reform and social integration make Ukraine a very unique case. Today it was already mentioned about the statistical gaps, and here are some of the reasons for that. First of all, it's the outdated national census, more than 20 years ago that took place. It's also the fear of stigmatization for revealing the identity. It's also a significant number of undocumented people, the issue that Alexander already raised, and the issue that deserves a particular attention, and some efforts are taken to improve it. We can go further. After the invasion of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, it resulted in the vast impacts that are going to be felt in the generations to come. The deepening of poverty among Roma is something we are stressing a lot these days, and we see that the longer the war goes, the deeper this poverty goes as well. So one of the areas how to improve that is to support Roma with economic empowerment, to support Roma with more opportunities for the self-growth as individuals, and capacitate people for the entrepreneurial future as well. About 100,000 Roma were forced to flee their homes and seek refuge inside Ukraine and abroad, which also affected of course, the communities themselves, but also the civil society organizations, and brought a lot of new challenges to our people. The war has also highlighted the specific vulnerabilities of Roma and other minorities, including difficulties during evacuations, lack of personal documents, and discrimination in receiving humanitarian aid. About 50,000 Roma were reported as internally displaced. That was by the end of 2023. We can go to the next slide. The issue of housing, these are the rough estimations, but over 30,000 Roma have lost their homes, mostly in the east and south of Ukraine, for obvious reasons. However, the issue of undocumented people and housing goes hand in hand here, because the question of compensation for the material loss will have to be addressed in the recovery process as well, because at the moment there is no clear idea how to deal with this. Issues like poverty, food insecurity have also increased, and basically why the people are suffering from this is because of economic instability, and also social support and employment. That is also, there is problem with this. Generally speaking, the impacts of war are very uneven. The greatest effects are felt by the most vulnerable, such as Roma women, children, persons with disabilities, elderly, and youth. We understand that the war has caused significant loss of jobs and income in private sector, as well as it is reflected in the current vulnerability of the community. The next, please. Lack of personal documents is particularly prevalent in the Transcarpathia and Odessa regions, where the Roma population is most concentrated. It used to be most concentrated before the invasion, and now still it is the case. The status of many undocumented Roma has been a significant factor limiting access to essential administrative services, and it became already noticeable during the COVID pandemic, when the community faced heightened challenges such as loss of income and limited access to medical care and personal hygiene products. After the invasion, the Roma community faced additional hardships. The lack of personal ID hindered access to humanitarian aid and made it difficult for refugees to gain access to neighboring European countries. And last but not least, the next slide, here are some of the needs we could identify in relation to recovery and reconstruction priorities of the Roma communities. So housing and utilities, including routine repair and capital reconstruction of housing, as well as reconstruction and service restoration of central heating, energy efficiency, water supply. So the next point actually goes very similar to this one. Social infrastructure and services, including repair, reconstruction, and service restoration of schools, health facilities, as well as social, cultural infrastructure, especially for places of compact settlements of Roma. Cross-sectoral priorities, including demining, telecommunications, digital and cybersecurity, emergency response, and civil protection, as well as the founding principles like democracy, justice, and human rights. So all these areas have to be addressed in recovery of Ukraine and our role in it. And the pivotal role of civil society today, a number of joint initiatives were already mentioned by my colleagues, and here I can just say that Ukrainian civil society as such is a very strong phenomenon, and Roma have been part of it, and due to a long-standing partnership with international community, with international Roma community, we have been able to maintain these strengths and even develop it to some extent. And the next slide. What we need is the sort of holistic recovery framework. The Ukrainian context is very dynamic and very unpredictable, and the recovery process will require complex and complementary intervention, including humanitarian, emergency assistance, peace building, development and cooperation, in order to effectively address the needs of vulnerable groups and achieve sustainable peace. And to conclude, I can say that reconstruction of Ukraine offers a chance to do more than just rebuild, but it offers a chance to build more inclusive, more just, and more resilient communities. This can only happen if the Roma are truly included, not as checkbox in a strategy or other documents, but as equal partners and experts of their own experience. Our message is simple and well known by everyone, I think, in this room. It's nothing about us without us. We call on international partners, including the EU, to ensure Roma are present at the table, both in Ukraine and here in Brussels. So that recovery must be shaped, the recovery must be shared project, and inclusion must be at its heart. And I thank you for your attention, and I hope we have enough time for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. And one more time also thank you for those who are still here with us. We are actually receive a permission that we can stay a little bit longer, so minimum 30 minutes. So I hope that everybody also can stay with us here and we can continue this very important panel. I think next time we just have to make sure that we have 2 hours for this conversation, not just in 1 hour. So saying this, I would like to ask Rada Kalendia. She's a Roma activist from Donetsk, and she also had led a shelter for internally displaced person, while also continuing her dedicated social work and supporting Roma families and promoting their integration. Rada, please, the floor is yours.
Тевен бахтали, мангам саверенги бахтало Роман Одес. Все своє життя я прожила в Донецькій області і ніколи не думала, що буду змушена покинути свій рідний дім.
I lived my entire life in Donetsk Oblast and never thought I would have to leave my home.
Я жила в маленькому шахтарському місті Вугледар, яке змушена була покинути у зв'язку з повномасштабним вторгненням Росії в Україну.
I lived in the small mining town of Vuhledar, which I had to leave because of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia.
Як голова ромської організації я допомагала людям з евакуацією, гуманітарною допомогою.
As the head of the Roma organization, I helped people with evacuation and humanitarian aid.
Моя родина виїхала останньою, але так стало, що той останній евакуаційний автобус не захотів нас взяти, бо ми роми.
My family was among the last to leave the city, but it turned out the last evacuation bus didn't want to take us because of our ethnicity.
Тоді мені допоміг фонд Чиріклі, Ірина Суслова та Дмитро Лубінець. Я переїхала на Закарпаття. Нова область для мене та моєї дитини. Нові люди. І починати нове життя треба було з нуля.
At that moment, Chirikli helped me, Irina Suslova, Dmitry Lubinets. I moved to Zakarpattia, a new region for me and my child, new people, and we had to start a new life from the scratch.
У нас не було житла, всі наші речі, машина, будинок, все залишилося у Вугледарі. Нам немає куди повертатися. Все, що у нас було, все вже знищено.
We had no home. All our belongings, the car, the house were left in Vuhledar. There is nothing to return to. Everything we had has already been destroyed.
З родиною я жила у прихистку для ромів у місті Ужгород, але хотіла продовжувати допомагати ромам. Тому я активно працювала як ромська медіаторка. І нам з командою фонду Чиріклі вдалося відкрити прихисток у місті Мукачево.
My family and I lived in shelter for Roma in Uzhgorod, but I wanted to continue helping my community. So I actively worked as a Roma mediator, and together with Chirikli team, we managed to open a shelter in Mukachevo, a city with a very closed and struggling Roma community.
Де проживала дуже складна і закрита ромська громада на 10 тисяч ромів.
Around 10,000 Roma is living in Mukachevo.
Наш прихисток надає допомоги ромським жінкам та дітям ВПО. За 2 роки прихисток прийняв більше 1000 людей.
Our shelter provides assistance to internally displaced Roma, women and children. Over 2 years, the shelter has welcomed more than 1,000 people.
Побудувати роботу прихистку, будувати відносини з новою громадою, з місцевою владою дуже важко.
Building the shelter's operations and establishing relations with the new community and local authorities has been very difficult.
Як ромська жінка ВПО, я стикалася з певними проблемами, але я твердо вирішила продовжувати свою роботу.
As an internally displaced Roma woman, I faced many challenges, but I firmly decided to continue my work.
Так, заручившись підтримкою фонду, і я почала працювати з місцевою ромською громадою. Ми говоримо на різними мовами. Я ромською, а вони угорською. У нас дуже відрізняються традиції, але я змогла здобути їхню довіру.
With the support of my colleagues, I began working with the local Roma community. We might speak different languages. I speak Romani, they speak Hungarian, but our traditions are very different. But I was able to earn their trust. Together with the team, we opened. Будь ласка.
Разом із командою ми відкрили освітні центри для ромських дітей. Там вони могли купатися, бо вдома в них немає води. Вони могли їсти, отримувати чистий одяг і головне – навчатися.
Together with my team, we opened an educational center for Roma children where they could bath because they don't have water at home. They could eat, receive clean clothes, and most importantly, learn.
Мені дуже важко побороти корупцію і дискримінацію в місті Мукачево. Але маючи таких партнерів, як фонд Череклі, от Офісу Уповноваженого та Офіс Уповноваженого і Комітет з прав людини, я сподіваюся, що нам все вдасться.
It's very difficult for me to fight corruption, discrimination, and other matters in Mukachevo, but with partners, I hope we will succeed in this.
Ми допомагаємо людям отримувати паспорти, довідки ВПО, довідки про інвалідність, доступ до соціальних послуг. Це забирає дуже багато часу і сил. Але я вдячна, що жива і можу допомагати людям.
We help people get passports, IDP certificates, disability certificates, and access to social services. This takes a lot of time and effort, but I'm grateful to be alive and be able to help others.
Сьогодні, в Міжнародний день ромів, я прошу всіх, хто приймає рішення та впливає на розробку політики, почути проблеми ромів ВПО, розбудувати програму їхньої підтримки, розпочати реальні кроки з протидії дискримінації, взяти на основу наш пілот-проєкт по документуванню ромів та ефективно виконувати ромську стратегію.
Today on International Roma Day, I ask everyone who makes decision and influences policy development to hear the problems of Roma IDPs, to develop support programs for them, to begin real steps to combat discrimination, and to use our pilot project on documentation as a foundation to effectively implement the Roma strategy.
Роми, як і все населення України, хоче миру та гідного життя. Вже сьогодні роми захищають Україну, і ми готові докласти зусилля до відновлення України.
Roma, just like other people in Ukraine, want peace and dignified life. Already today, Roma are defending Ukraine, and we are ready to contribute to rebuilding the country.
Я дуже дякую за можливість сьогодні бути тут з вами.
I thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you.
Thank you, Rada. And I would like to move to Gennady Turkanov. He's the mayor of Odessa, and he will discuss also this inclusive approach to the integration of Roma community, as well as challenges and prospects for this process in Odessa. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for coming. We will have again a translation. So he will speak in Ukrainian. And then translate to English.
Доброго дня, шановні друзі. Я дуже радий бути поруч з вами сьогодні, приймати участь. І дякую за запрошення, за те, що мене запросили. І вітаю всіх з Міжнародним днем ромів.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you for the invitation, and I congratulate you all with the International Roma Day.
Шановні друзі, я тут представляю багатонаціональне інтеркультурне місто Одеса.
Dear friends, I represent here today a multinational and intercultural city of Odessa.
В нашому місті проживає понад 130 національностей.
There are more than 133 nationalities lives in our city.
Тому для мене сьогоднішній захід дуже важливий.
That's why this event is very important for us and for me.
Я дякую членам Європарламенту, Європейському парламенту за таку увагу до проблеми і до ромів взагалі.
I'm grateful to the parliamentaries of the European Union and our parliamentaries for this great attention to the problem issues of the Roma.
В Одесі є такі вже традиції. В нашому багатонаціональному мультикультурному місті ми проводимо тижні національності.
In Odessa we have such a tradition as multicultural polyethnic city. We are holding the weeks of culture of different nations.
В цьому році ми вже провели тижні Болгарії.
In Recently, we were holding the Week of Culture of Bulgaria, Greece.
Тиждень тому завершився тиждень грецької культури.
The week of Greek culture.
І напередодні, коли я збирався їхати сюди на ваше запрошення, ми зустрілися з представниками ромської діаспори.
And recently, before we left to come here, we met with the representatives of Roma diaspora.
Я дуже вдячний фонду Череклі,
I'm thankful to Chirikli Foundation,
який займає дуже таку активну позицію по захисту ромів.
who are very proactive in their contribution to protection of Roma people.
І найближчим часом ми проведемо в Одесі тиждень ромів.
And I'm telling you that this year we definitely will hold in Odessa the Roma Week.
Але, шановні друзі, сьогодні ви знаєте, що в Україні йде війна.
But of course, all of you know that today in Ukraine there is a war.
І сьогодні я хотів би, користуючись нагодою, показати вам такий коротенький фільм, майже 3 хвилини, як жила Одеса і що сьогодні відбувається в Одесі.
And today I would like to give you a short video for just 5 minutes that you will see what is going on in Odessa, how it lived and lives now.
Уже сейчас подтвержденных 8 погибших, из которых 1 3-месячный ребенок, девочка, которая так и одесситка, которая так и не увидела жизнь. За эту войну вас назвали паразом, но это еще ласково. Вы просто существа без рода и племени, морали и ценностей, и без будущего. Вы очень плохо знаете нас, одесситов. Вы нас не сломаете, а лишь разозлите еще больше. Сила наших защитников, умноженная на злость и боль обычных людей, станет для вас приговором. Слава Україні! Героям слава! Я дякую. Я хотів би, шановні друзі, я хотів би сьогодні в своєму виступі Рада казала, що Роми сьогодні поруч, Роми українські, поруч з усіма національностями, які проживають в нашій країні, в нашому місті, боронять нашу державу від ворога.
Today, Rada, who were speaking before me, said that today all nationalities in our country protect and fight all together.
Я сьогодні з задоволенням, ми приїхали разом. Хочу вам представити Василія Сорокіна, він поруч зі мною.
This is true, and I would like to introduce Vasily Sorokin. He is near to me.
Я його знаю ще маленьким хлопчиком.
I know him since he was a small boy.
Тому що я колись заснував організацію Національну федерацію таїландського боксу України.
Because in 90s I organized a federation of Thai box in Ukraine.
Василій займався, був спортсменом.
And Vasily was one of our trainees.
Я думаю, він сам за себе зараз розповість.
And he will speak about himself by his own.
Але хотів би сказати, що якраз цей хлопчик, якого я знав хлопчиком ще, мужній ром.
And he is a brave Rome, which was a small boy.
Який з початку повномасштабного вторгнення пішов до лав Збройних сил України.
Who from the first day of a full-scale invasion went to the army.
І зі зброєю в руках захищав і продовжує захищати нашу державу.
And with weapon in his hands, he protected our country and continues to do it now.
Тому я задоволений, дякую за запрошення, дякую, що він зміг сьогодні приїхати.
And I'm grateful to Vasil that he could come with me.
І продемонструвати на тижнях ромів.
And to show you on this week of Roma.
Як роми сьогодні захищають Україну.
How Roma people protect Ukraine today.
Бажаю здоров'я всім. Мене звати Василь Сорокін. Я є представник ромської діаспори в Україні. Я професійний спортсмен та чемпіон світу з тайського боксу. Після 24 лютого 2022 року я став професійним військовим за власним бажанням.
Good afternoon. I wish you all health. My name is Vasil Sorokin, and I'm representative of Roma diaspora in Ukraine. I'm a professional athlete and world champion in Thai boxing. After February 24, 2022, I became a professional military by my own wish.
Хочу розповісти вам про свою історію поранення. Поранення отримав під час бойового завдання в місті Бахмут. Мій побратим під час евакуації наступив на протипіхотну міну «Ліпісток».
I want to tell you about my story of injury. I was injured during a combat mission in the city of Bakhmut. My fellow soldier brother stepped on it on a mine Lipistok.
Після відриву кінцівки у побратима я взяв його на руки та ніс до точки евакуації приблизно 1200 метрів. Коли ми пройшли майже половину шляху, я також наступив на протипіхотну міну такого ж типу.
After my fellow brother lost a limb, I took him on my hands and carried him to evacuation point about 1,200 meters. When he were about halfway away, I also stepped on a mine of the same type. After this happened,
Після того, як це сталося, ми обидва боролися за життя. Та стрибаючи на одній нозі більш ніж половину шляху, все ж таки добрались до місця евакуації. Протягом 2 місяців у лікарні мені довелось пережити 7 хірургічних операцій.
after this happened, we both fought for our lives and jumped on one leg more than half of the way and finally reached the evacuation point. During 2 months in the hospital, I had 7 surgical operations.
Загалом реабілітація тривала більш ніж півроку. Мало хто давав мені шанси на спасіння кінцівки 5. Так як міна Лепісток саме розрахована на те, щоб військовий лишився повністю без кінцівки. Лікарі попереджали мене, що курс реабілітації буде важкий, якщо я хочу лишити 5. Більш хлопців не витримують саме курс реабілітації та зрештою просять ампутувати ногу.
In general, the rehabilitation lasted more than half a year. Few people gave me a chance of saving my limb heal. So as the Lipistok mine is designed to cut the leg without a limb, the doctors warned me that the course of rehabilitation will be difficult, and I want to remain my heel. Most guys don't survive an rehabilitation course, and then they ask to ampute the leg.
Зазвичай в таких видах ампутація робиться 15 см від полу. Мої шанси були невеликі на те, щоб зберегти п'яту та якість життя. Але я все життя в спорті та звик боротися і перемагати. Для мене це теж був виклик навчитись ходити наново. Звичайно, хочу подякувати своїй сім'ї та людям, які були поруч зі мною і є зі мною. Допомогли мені в скрутну хвилину в моральному одужанні та фізичному.
Usually in such cases, amputation is done 15 centimeters from the floor. My chances were not great to keep my heel and quality of life, but I have been in sports all my life and I'm used to fight and win. For me, it was also a challenge to learn to walk again. I would like to thank my family and the people who were and are with me, who helped me in my recovery both morally and physically.
Звичайно, хочу подякувати Геннадію Леонідовичу за підтримку сили духу. Так як Геннадій Леонідович є президентом Федерації тайського боксу України і дає таким хлопцям, як я, загартовувати характер, силу волі та бути міцним морально та духовно.
I would like to thank Gennady Trukhanov for the support of the spirit. Just as mayor, he is the president of the Thai Box Federation of Ukraine, and it allows guys like me to strengthen the character, the power, and will to be strong morally and spiritually.
На сьогоднішній день ми створили військову безпекову профспілку, яка надає допомогу військовим у будь-яких питаннях, які виникають у хлопців з обмеженими можливостями та звичайним військовим хлопцям, які на війні. Дякую за увагу.
Today we have created a military security union as a non-governmental non-profit organization that provides assistance to the military in any issues that arises in guys with disabilities and ordinary military guys who are at war. Thank you for your attention.
Я хотів би додати, що він справжній герой, тому що після отримання поранення і передання часткової ампутації ноги йому встановили протез, але і він має всі можливості для того, щоб комісуватися і бути звільненим з лав Збройних сил України.
But I want to add that Vasil is a real hero. And after his part of his leg was amputated, he had all chances to resign from the military forces.
Але Василь після одужання залишився в лавах Збройних сил України.
But after he recovered, he stayed in the military forces.
І продовжує захищати нашу країну.
And continue to protect our country.
Дякую. Слава Україні.
Thank you, and
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Дякую. Thank you for sharing the story and the account and the bravery that you are bringing also here to Brussels. And thanks everyone for being here today with us. I believe that, yes, that together, that you find the support here that you need to also bring the courage back to your homes. We are about to close. I would just ask you to stay seated, and I would ask Martin Muhelek is a policy coordinator, also support group for Ukraine from DG NS, to say a few closing words.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. Dobry den. Dziękuję wam serdecznie za sústř. I don't want to waste too much time. I think the testimonies that we have heard speak for themselves. And it is for us here in Brussels sometimes very important to hear that you are coming here to Brussels. You take the long way to report, to present on the situation in Ukraine for Roma and what is to be done. Because sometimes this is also feels rather far and distant from a Brussels perspective. So you coming here is really central and very helpful for everybody involved and working on this, improving the situation of Roma, and in this way also supporting the integration of Ukraine to Europe, to the European Union. We have seen a lot of participation. We have seen all levels of government, of politicians, from the Rada to the Ombudsman office to Mayor Trukhanov, and for this we are very thankful. We have been seeing a lot of discussions over the last years in preparing the policy documents, the policies and action plans that are going to be developed, and also are now, I think I would say, quite close to finalization. What is maybe important to state here is the importance to work together with the Roma communities on the ground, on a local, on a municipal level, on a regional level, because that is what will really count in terms of supporting the Roma communities where they live, facing the problems, leading to tangible results. So the work of a mayor in a city like Odessa, but also of councils in the villages, in municipalities, this is the work that counts. So what is our hope and optimism that this will happen is that policies which have been decided on a central level in Kiev will come down to the regional level, to the local level, and make change the life for better for the Roma communities that are struggling with a lot of issues, finalizing, maybe a last word to say, in the whole big topic of European integration, the situation of of the most vulnerable members of a society are also something that is giving a signal of how the society as a whole is flourishing, how it is developing. So I know British colleagues call it the canary in the coal mine. So a signal, the situation of the Roma or also other vulnerable groups also shows us and shows everybody how a society, a country is developing. And we are very optimistic that this will go for the better, even through those very difficult circumstances of the full-scale invasion. It will improve for the Roma community and for Ukraine as a whole inside of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. One more time, thank you, everyone. I would like just to invite you to continue the dialogue during the remaining of the Roma week, because we have to close at this very moment now. But we are also staying a little bit further, and there is a dinner where you are all invited tonight. So please, let's continue this dialogue. And I would just add that Roma voices must shape the rebuilding of Ukraine. Thank you very much.